push you in that hand and you twirl. So you pin it down when you pin it down. But you want to stick it down with your homegirls, with your homegirls. Then you wanna see it ass, you wanna know. What you see when it ass, you really know. When you put the chicken out, you do it slow, you do it home. Now, 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 baby girl. Now, 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 baby girl. Now, 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 baby girl. Now, 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 now. Mm-hmm. 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 Baby girl, baby girl, baby girl. Let me see you to that, let me see you do it, let me see you to that with the tongue. Let me see that for the whole world, for the whole world. Hey, what you see, what it fast, what you see it slow, what you see it do it fast, what you wanna know, what you see it gotta prove, what you wanna flow, and where you wanna go. Now, 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 let me know. Now, 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 let me know. I'm gonna have to shorten this part. I really wish they changed this feature on the inside, the back end. Baby girl, baby girl, baby girl. Let me just shorten this part. Boom, 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 boom. Boom 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 I must take this shit in box tricks, yeah, 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 chain. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna have to update it every single time I do that, but that's fine. It did both at the same time? Yeah, it did. I'm going to change the angle and that's designed in, and I'm also going to change it to have no dash in the word. Yep, there we go. Looks better. Baby girl, bum 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 bum. Baby girl, bum bum na. Baby girl, bum bum na. Baby girl, you see it twirl. Cause you know the homegirls, you see showing up the whole world, or the whole world. Let me see what you do the best. Let me shoot through it long, let me shoot it fast. Let me do it towards back for a little last. Do a little fast. Bam, bam, bam. Baby girl, baby girl, baby girl, baby girl, hey, let me do what you do, what you say, let me show you that little way, let me see you do, you wanna play, what you wanna say, whoa, baby girl. Jesus Christ. That Crystallis fucking Game Boy Color port looks horrible. Jesus. Glorp dropped. Oh Lord. I usually have jungle mixes directly on my page. Where'd they go? That's one of them. There we go. Much better. Ew. Lord have mercy. Nintendo Gate being retarded. I'm saving that. Those are good sentiments. Oh, I'm gonna pin that thread because I don't think anybody else is gonna do it. Not this bug again. You will retreat. You will quote post. You will clap back. Meanwhile, hello chat.
It's shut. Leash this'll get the Halani gates are closed. Move swiftly. Fight to the last.
The Halani gates are closed. Then Jaman Ra must have succeeded in capturing them. He planned to close them, but there is another way. An ancient passage lost to time.
So, the outcasts have raised their new king from the grave. And our city of the dead lies beneath. Let us see if this defector's information is truthful. Move swiftly.
In all my wanderings, I've not seen anything like...
Let's look at that number. Spike and spike and spike and crash. Truthfully, a based crash. Well, chat.
traveling through the traitor, Balbala. According to the tales, I will tell you her story if you browse as long as you like.
This is better than this by a country mile. Can I skim some upgrades from here?
It is yours.
I can if I get money.
Blessings.
I should be able to use the door, shouldn't I? Nope. Because it killed my fucking movement. That's right.
What is it? Let us see if the defector's information is...
Finally some shade. I'm sweating like a stuck pig, I am. Get back! Better off dead! Hold on. Clean kill! Need a moment. Wait! Wind's fury! Wait!
Combo still feels clunky.
No, but scrap! Hold on!
Yeah, I'm not definitely not a fan of fire.
Wait!
God damn, I hate these things.
Need more time.
I'm much more feeling the storm. It just works better. Maybe it'll change when I get the lightning spear, but until then, no. Absolutely not. Yeah, I'm much better feeling lightning and ice than I'm feeling any combination of that with fire.
Take this. I need a moment. Need more time.
I just wish I had a different charge method, and I don't get one until I get charge confusion. Your full execute would be nice. Untouchable doesn't matter. You have Ice Bite. Glaciation is good. More ice buildup means freeze. And when I get there, freezing is going to be important for the upkeep. I just don't think I'm going to be doing it through Frenzy.
Hold on.
Nice skill gem.
Need more time. Get back. piercers then. They have an air of importance. Need more time. Need a moment.
Beautiful. I'm not going to push the 3-point to get to harness elements, but I got to keep my mind open about how I feel about Snowpiercer. I don't think it's worth the dip, and it's certainly not worth the disorientation to increase damage versus Blighted. Not at this point right now. He's one on the way to crit.
Hold on. The thrill of the hunt. Hold on. Here it comes. Need a moment.
Fuck, I don't want the gates. Ah. Get me to the queen. Get me to the queen. I don't have much to feel. But I'm just a timid just like anyone alive.
Need more time.
Get me to the queen. Damn, them thighs are lean. Get me to the queen. Get me to the queen. Get me to the queen. I am much need. I need. Get me to the queen. Get me to the queen. That just inherently looks funny. Perhaps I should just bite the bullet for now and just take the fucking Twister until it's time to use a different build.
Wait. Unnatural filth.
It feels like it's the most simplistic
Need more
thing.
time.
Because there's no other place for me to put it on this goddamn build.
That Need a moment.
Yeah, that seems like it's what it wants to be.
Need more time.
That is a really clunky start for skills. Jesus fucking Christ. That might actually be a more kinetic starter that has the most horrible follow through.
Need more time.
Because it doesn't feel like you want to evade from enemies. It feels like you want to dodge into them. You know what? It is what it is. We're at the door. So we might as well go get the fucking skill and make the conversion. And then to fucking deal with it as we go. Because there's nothing to it. There's no reason to complain about it. Just gotta deal it. Just gotta do it. Power through it till we get to a better build. Because otherwise there's not. You know, it'd be just completely dog shit.
What have you learned?
And it makes me want to stab my eyes out.
Stay inside.
Life. Only thing giving me here is mana. This is a straight increase.
Take your time. I'll unburden you. Warm nights.
Sun threshold. Mana leech. Life leech. Increase the skull. Everything's doing conversion. No. There's not a single thing that's added. Conversion. Straight visible. Reduction. Where's the prostitute? Where's the prostitute? Where's the prostitute? Where's the prostitute? In the moon where it ought to be. Okay. Your damage scaled off of the scales. Or is this conversion? Complete conversion. Honestly, that's not a bad explosion effect. Even if that comes bog standard on the spear. %50 of damage type orientation, additional twisters, and 80% more damage per roll on stage. Line and pierce. Not enough base dexterity. I think I'm moving away completely from explosive. I can standard upgrade it once. Now checking my spear damage. You are 127. 200% more chance to shock. Lightning bolt to 91. that. Normal spear for clearing. And we got this for bossing. And this solely will be used for distance poking.
There's something odd about this door. Feels like it were meant to stay shut.
That's gonna take a while getting used to.
Better banished than left to rot for 1,000 years.
Now, Jindak, I prove myself. Now fight.
Free to try!
Hold on. Jindak. Now fight. Miss.
Ow. About time to go for that skill, Carl.
There's something odd about this door. Feels like it were meant to stay shut.
Hello, Tindo. It's today of a Sunday for
Better
Yap-In,
banished than left to rot
but
for
it's very
1,000
early in the morning, so I don't expect there to be that much action. How are you doing?
Now, Jindak.
I can see that you are over there talking in the other server. I just can't do it. I can't run the show and also be in that chat room at the same time.
Jindak.
Need a moment. Need more time.
Jindak. Hey. Nakai. Jindak. Hey. You sting like a scorpion. Face me.
Wish it was easier to control where that goes.
Mists of tsunami. Sun's wrath. Jindak.
Wait!
Hey. Daria. Face me. Atun.
Need more time!
Daria. Hey. Visions of Jada. Sun's wrath. Nakai.
Wait!
Daria. Atun.
Duck off! Need more time!
Second kill's not that great.
The coin?
Unfortunate. Nintendo died. It is definitely clunky. Just more like a targeter. make the F key. Yep, make it less clunky. And now we go back. When we do this, now I can throw it like that.
Hold on.
Yep, exactly like that.
The odds is on. Need a moment.
It's a lot of damage, just not, I can't ignore that.
Hold on.
And that's the money. Okay. Only when it's in shotgun range does it don't really work functionally.
Need a moment. Need more time. Need a moment. A clean kill.
The only thing missing is charge generation. I think that's as theoreticals we're getting until an upgrade. And support gems. To the Greeks! So neutral stab stays on the bar.
Too late to stop the bloodshed, but not too late to avenge the fallen. Wait! Whipping up a storm!
I can also just be able to just put down the brown and throw it in there.
When I open the gate.
Like such.
Onwards! Wait! You must hold it. Wait! Transportation is broken! Attack! Hold on! This ends now! Need more time!
So Frost is a good one to start with as a distance poker. Because I just storm in.
Need more time!
too close to my G key. This is challenges and achievements. G key, G, 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 G. This skill key. There's a goddamn skill key. The skill tree. Word of mercy. Where is it? It's missing. Skills panel. He's just gone. What? The fuck? I was just... There we go. Bottom of the fucking page. There you go. Now it's not too close to everything. Why is it on the bottom? I was saying. Oh, here. Tornado. Whoa. What a satisfying sound effect.
You don't stand a chance. Need more time. Now there's a nice surprise.
Decent. stab feels a little slow sometimes. I can also go the route of doing Whirlwind Force, then doing that. This is going to possibly kill me in the future.
I need a moment to prepare. Wait! That was almost a challenge!
Still clunky. Still fucking clunky.
Need more time. Come on! Ought to come in handy. Wait. Hold on. Need more time.
This my block doesn't go down.
Where were you? Need a moment. Need more time. Need a moment. Hold on. The final gate is broken! We must continue our advance!
Noxious settler.
Ow.
Shaman-Ra? How is this possible?
Need a moment.
Malekith will fall by my hand! The Malekith will fall by my hand! You are unworthy! The Malekith will fall by my hand!
Hold on.
The Malekith will fall by my hand! I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sands!
Hold on.
The Malekith will fall by my hand!
Wait!
I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sands!
Need more time.
I tried to seek peace, and the Sekamas disgraced me. Left my corpse to rot in the sand. This time, we choose war. We shall finish this, but not today.
Make haste! He must not escape!
See how he rolls, bro.
Quickly! He conjures the very sands against us!
Yeah. Always hate this part.
This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
Hello, Nick. How are you doing today? Feeling better than you were before? Ugh. Cat needs to go to the kitchen. Be right back. Otendo and Nick died. What is with the one word it replies? It's okay. It's early in the day. Is it even 7? No, it's 8. Now going on 9. There's a chance he's at work. Well, that looks like the destruction particle effects. That's based on my portal. It's my fault.
The Countess, you must reach. Go.
It must be.
Verse 7. Worry about crackling.
Speak up.
So, my where I shall put this to use.
Lightning resist, fire resist.
Need something. My wares are renowned. Sands guide you.
Glacial Rance requires 2 decks. I'm way under the dex limit, which means I need to start pathing again. You're on a path too? I think I want to path the spear. Certainly not Falcon Dive. Coming to Yap-In might actually be a go for this character, if I end up liking Elemental more than I liked Blood. Okay. This is accuracy rating, this is accuracy rating. Christ, what is wrong with my G? This is evasion rating. I don't like the path. I don't like that backfill either. Honestly, that blur line is really nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think it's worth it picking up though from this direction. Even worse. Along this ult. Incision. 20% chance to apply, 40% chance to apply incision, 2% increased incision, 60% incision. Certainly you don't need staggering wounds. I'll let you keep it up. Do you give electrocution status? No, but you do give build up. Shock chance against electrocuted enemies. Electrocute build up by shocked enemies. Shocking hits also have a 50% chance to shock within 1.5 meter. Certainly that's not good. Dispatch foes is good for crit. Wave effect, wave effect, projectile speed. Ailments. With charms, higher recovery flask. Reduced evasion if you have been hit. 100% increase if you haven't been hit. 30% reduced if you haven't been hit. 1% rating if you have been hit. Certainly you'd have to build towards one or the other. One for range, one for melee. Guns and blows. Block nodes. Elemental ship. Unleash fire. debuffs, Suffusion, Versatile Arms. There's not a lot of clear direction. There's also not a lot of evasion notes. Not unless I go up. So I guess we will care about dexterity from proficiency. A lot better electrotherapy on the board. It does lead you back towards Storm Surge and Storm Swell. Rundown forces. Lightning Ice Swipe, by the way. And some combination of these will be the way too. Perhaps Struck Through will be the way too. Well, actually, it's got a crit path. First one stats, which means I need a Dual Socket. As I consider it, do I really need it? No, I don't need it. I just want it.
How can I advise?
Ought to rethink the approach.
Glacial
Lightning Short Stab, chain to a combination of 3 attacks. First two conjure a Wildwood Spirit if they hit a shocked enemy and inflict shock duration. The third is attack Ward Sweep, then inflicts Lightning Explosion, consumes shock to conjure a Stampede of Spirits. Final Strike converts 60% to lightning. Consume shock, inflict lightning explosion on hit. Convert 100%. Spirits to 199. 64.
Glacial Lance hurls a piercing spear that leaves a trail of ice behind it, chilling enemies in its wake. If it consumes a frenzy charge, the ice soon bursts, dealing extra damage.
Yes, sir.
Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. If the enemy was bleeding, you get an explosion. With this skill equipped, you will be able to see how much blood enemies have lost to bleeding. The more blood loss the enemy has, the bigger and more powerful the explosion. Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. If the enemy was bleeding, you get an explosion. Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs. Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them.
Consumed blood loss is unscalable physical
attack damage. If the enemy was bleeding, you get an explosion.
10% more area
With this
effect
skill
for 18
equipped,
blood loss
you will
consumed
be
up to
able to see
500.
how much blood enemies have lost to bleeding. Glacial.
Meanwhile, we will go the path of Glacial. Because Primal Strikes doesn't look interesting to me. That is Lightning Explosion.
Glacial.
They're going to take over Lightning Spear. Mm-hmm. Oh, fuck. You want fast forward so that it pops faster. It wants acceleration. That wants persistence. Slot it in.
There's a time and a place for violence.
I guess we go to fucking trial.
Ah, yes. What is it?
Let's see what this looks like.
A test of metal, is it? Suits me just fine.
What we can do is we can put additional skills through as we wield it, and then have the option to change them. Like so. Which feels really stupid, but
I will serve. We have met in battle as Jin.
okay. Really bad.
Whatever comes my way, I'm ready.
Hello, Teski. How are you doing?
Time to spill a bit of blood. Lightning strikes twice.
Impressive endurance.
What we got? We got shit is what we got. Absolute dog shit is what we got. I don't use it anymore. Oh, fuck. It never gets easier every time I have to do this.
The hunt is on. Freeze! Need a moment. Almost a challenge.
I really don't like the fact that I don't have good combo ability.
Need a moment.
Well, that's a nice roar effect that I can't counter. At least the explosions are cleaner.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Your blood runs cold. Need more time. Come on.
Ow. That's on me.
A clean kill.
That's 100% on me. I'm not used to this new blocking mechanic with the goddamn parry. Makes target take 50% more attack. Debuff duration is 2 seconds. 3 to 4 added physical damage per 5 rating on the shield. Parry projectiles fired from within 1 meter. Can't be evaded. Cannot evade a hit you could parry. Evade instead grants an equal chance to avoid heavy stun buildup. It's not gonna tell me outright what my some threshold is. No. Evasion block. Evasion block. Oh, energy shield. I don't have any to begin with. Doesn't look like he'd be counterable. The rock's in the fucking way.
Blaze out!
And myself. Waffle.
I need more time.
What's over here? A lever, that's what over here. Off it. Is it too soon to start looking for replacement armor? Maybe.
Lead to try! Come on!
Decent. Combination of lightning and other skills to clear the packs. At least they made floor 1 chiller. Decent. But can I make it to Balbala?
Relish your mortality.
Yes. But I get a ritual trial. That may or may not be dog shit. Okay. Checking chat in between every instance. Let's see that gauntlet! Certainly we're not going to give me enemies that I cannot parry.
Need more time. Lightning shatters bone.
It's not horrible, but she's really bad at pack carrying right now if you have to base it on a time signature.
Swift magnificence.
Definitely have to fix that. Blood loss would fix that, but I don't have a lot of blood loss skills right now. I don't even have detonators.
I will do my duty.
Just take the hourglass and just leave.
Foul thing. Need a moment. Wait.
Still kind of shit.
more time. Batten down the hatches.
Decent, but I should not have taken as many hits as I did. Full magnitude, replacing pinning. Magnitude, blood in the eyes. That's just the pop. I don't have a single thing to scale the bleed. So it's just blood in the eyes?
Cold cuts deepest. Come on.
Give me health. So I give him attack speed, move speed, or cast speed, or I give him damage. Let's give the boss damage and then play good.
Need more time. Need a moment. Wait!
Nope, still kind of sucks.
Magnificent.
164. And there's no way that I can parry the boss, right?
Relish your mortality.
That's just not gonna happen.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
I'll turn you to dust. Batten down the hatches.
No. Nope. So it's just a question of just poking him down. So I need a method of generating frenzy charges.
Beware of what falls. Beware of what falls. Be not disheartened.
Yep. No, this is not Path of Exile 1. So we have no charge generation, which means our abilities are just being gated at the minimal level of DPS. How do we get over that hurdle?
Rake.
Lead is always okay, and poking them down at a distance with electricity is always okay. But I need a way to convert into actual power. And I seem to have one right now. And for relics, I got a honor resistance recovery.
Celarin.
Ain't gonna help shit. A little bit of movement speed. And honor resistance flask that's not going to get used because I do not open this up until I complete the test of strength. That is a painful setup and rotation of skills.
I'm ready.
No enemies. Garbage.
Through the art. Abomination.
soon. Okay.
Stand tall.
Electricity is my go-to. One can be useful for dodging. If only that was something else. Water skin. Black smoke. Monsters deal 50% less. No evasion. Oh, I have to take middle. It's actually preferable I take middle. That's ritual and hourglass.
Your blood runs cold.
The venom spit is not going to be reflective. Is this? Yes. There's one source. Okay. Anything that can give me generation of charges is good.
Hold on. Take this. Wait.
That's not guardable? No, it's not. I'm gonna put that in the reign of that's bullshit. These probably aren't either. They are?
Need a moment. Wait.
The ritual has been disrupted.
Combat frenzy, how I cannot wait till you're in my arms and I can create charges off of freeze. Critical bonus. Spheres. Melee while surrounded. Projectile while there's no enemies within 3 meters. Damage with spears, attack speeds with spears. Damage with spears, accuracy with spears. Accuracy rating with spears. I think, since one side's attack speed and the other side's accuracy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because this is not necessary. Just just take the straight 25. I don't need an extra 30. If I need more accuracy, it'll have to come from somewhere else. Acceleration is nice for movement speed and skill speed. Javelin will be when I can get more crit bonus. Because for now, without taking cooked, I have no crit chance, and I have no additional crit chance. Because this is all crit bonus. So it looks like it wants you to go one route, which is either magnitude, or go another route, which is armor breaking physical. So physical, elemental, with a split between the two, at splinters and primordial slendering. Cooked gives you the ability to look for critical damage bonus if you can get critical damage in general. Freedom of movement gives you the ability to attack around. Stimulants gives you a placebo attack speed buff. Or invigoration, giving you life within using a life flask within the last 10 seconds. Doesn't really mean shit. Hazards means nothing, because I don't think hazards at this stage are good. Exploit would be nice, but I don't think it's worth elemental equilibrium. Frazzle's not necessary. Rattle's not necessary. Stand and Deliver has a lot of power potential. Projectiles will deal more damage against enemies that are within my presence. Projectiles will have increased critical damage bonus against enemies that are within my presence. Same thing with death from afar. As I'm playing in range of people, Stand and Deliver can be a move. This is crit chance for enemies that have entered my presence. This is also crit chance for entered my presence. This then increases... No, this reduces. This reduces in the presence of my area, which is 4 meters. It won't tell me how large that is unless I use Path of Building and I'm lazy. 15% crit, 15% crit, 30 into 50 crit bonus. Those that have entered, I come in, I dash out, I use a Frenzy Spender. Seems about right. I should not take maximum on a loss. That would annoy the piss out of me. Carl, what are your thoughts on the groundbreaking show 24? 24, as in 24 hours, is an old television? I don't have one. And all of these are opinions that you already put on the video yesterday. Hello to you too, James. It's not just Berserk fans. Anybody whose franchise is getting adapted in the future by Shankar should be afraid and terrified of how dog shit it's about to be. Especially after that outing. I punched my webcam for that opening. Here comes frustrations.
Freeze! Wait! Come on!
really fucking nerfed by that. I'm gonna need a lot more skill speed. Since I have half a mind to think about picking this up.
I would give anything for a sip.
Okay, decent gauntlet trial and a decent gauntlet trial with parameters. Okay, be counted. That's bullshit. That didn't go up until I walked. Just be more careful, Carl. Just be more careful. You're definitely gonna have to make a pass with all these equipment that just are not great, and with these enemies that just don't seem to have a counter to the Fury effect. That, or give a skill another way of making generation for Fury.
Cut steepest.
Because it's these rock enemies that are the most annoying and have the least combat viability.
Foul thing. Wet. Wet. Hold on.
An oasis in the desert.
I don't have a heal behind it. Both these are gauntlets. her face. That definitely shouldn't have worked.
Your blood runs cold. Need more time.
Actually, throw it that side. Sure, I mean, yes, I know exactly what show you're talking about. That's why I said the political show with Keith Sutherland. Like, I don't have one, because I didn't watch it. Hello, X-Crusher. All you have to do is ask, what does the Behelit and the Apostles mean to you to Adi Shankar, and you'll get your answers to how bad he wants to make his adaptation. Well, you see, like I said in the video, it's very simple. He was wrong and loud. That's all there is to it. He wanted to take what he said was the love of the franchise, and he just perverted and bastardized in front of your very eyes. There's really nothing else to really have to go off of than that. It's unfortunate, but I saw the writing on the wall. Ritual, hourglass. Okay. At least gives us a chance to get a final heal.
Wait. Your blood runs cold.
Ow.
Storm's coming.
They need to add more attacks to snake people than variable. And they should definitely not have tracking on that attack either.
The ritual has been disrupted.
I walked into this room with over 300, and I am back down to 262. And it had to be an hourglass. Fortunate. I need more lanes, cause this shit is fucking gay. Good.
Onward.
Also good.
All fight within.
Just enough.
We will succeed.
Let me out.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
Lightning strike twice!
Beware of the birds.
Ow.
Hold on! Need more time.
Beware of what falls. Beware of what falls. It burns. Look out for the slam. Look out for
Come on, almost there.
For the slam. Need more time. Out for the slam.
Wait, I can leave! I'm free! Truthfully, a class that might actually be more incapable of triggering its own skills than fucking Warrior. Well, what are our flavors? Our flavors are, are Javazon and Bleeder. Fuck. Where do we start? We start here. Based on elemental, as well as physical. Life flask also recover mana, also life. Evasion rating. Evasion rating from helmet, gloves, and boots is doubled. Evasion rating from equipped body armor is halved. Infuse weapon. When you consume a powered charge, endurance charge, or frenzy charge, gain 2 of its infusion. Elemental infusions are consumed when you use a non-melee projectile attack to infuse projectiles fired by that attack. Infused projectiles trigger an infused blast when they reach the end of their flight. Your weapon will have a maximum of 6 of each type of infusion active by default, with infusion lasting 15 seconds, the same time as a charge. Infusions are specific to your current weapon and do not affect non-weapon damage and are not carried over if you swap weapons. Projectiles which split or fork from an infused projectile does not gain the benefits of an infusion. So, non-melee projectile attack. Doesn't say specifically physical, so it can be any. Grant your weapons infusions, non-melee projectiles with that infusion, consume infusions to use projectiles fired, causing them to explode. This is only based on charges, however. Reveal weaknesses against rare and unique enemies, and deal 50% more with an open weakness. Revealed weaknesses are highlighted by enemies and life bars and occupy a total of 45% of maximum life, but in random segments. When the enemy's current life is within the highlighted segment, they are considered to have an open weakness. Deal more damage when they have the open weakness. Chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100%, and gain additional crit chance in excess to chance to hit with attacks. If you go over 100% crit, when you go over 100% crit, 25% of it is additional when you hit with any attack. Definitely one way to go with critical. This path is by itself. Attacks using your weapons have added physical damage equal to 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon. That makes accuracy rolls actually okay. This is in skill speed. And for the kill, 20% increased move speed. While an enemy with an open weakness is within your presence. 40% skill speed when the enemy with an open weakness is within your presence. Move speed and skill speed. So, much more focused on solo bossing. Infused avatar. 50% chance for infusions with your infusions. 4 infusions to infuse projectiles without being consumed. So, this is a charge burner. If it cannot create charges, it does not have power. Against, starting here, a bunch of shit. All with persistence. 5% increased life recovery with her 5 missing unreserved life. Plus 1 charm slot. Can instead consume 25% maximum mana to trigger charms with insufficient charges. So 18.5. Then increase movement speed. Ritual Sacrifice used on yourself to remove 20% of maximum life and grant a random modifier. One random modifier can be granted this way. That's 20% of maximum life. Modifiers which augment in daily ways and power for deadly foes. Only ever have one single modifier, where rare monsters having multiple. Physical damage, blood boil. Enemies in your presence accumulate blood boils periodically. When they die, the boils pop, applying corrupted blood to nearby enemies by them. Corrupted blood deals 2% of slain enemies maximum life as physical per second. Blood boil applying to non-unique enemies in your presence every 1.5 seconds. 20% more corrupted blood infliction area per boil on the slain enemy. Inflicts a stack of corrupted blood on targets within 1.5 meters per boil on slain enemy, with corrupted blood duration being 5. Definitely one. So that is a 1-stat starter if I've ever seen one. Then you get negative reduced mana, resistances, or spirit to gain Unfurled Finger. In the beginning, you're probably taking negative mana, because you're never going to take negative reduced elemental resistances until you can cap yourself. Reduced spirit's just out of the question. There are too many things you need spirit for. Then, plus attributes, then bonuses. So, the choice is, do we go the route that gives us elemental power, or do we go the route that gives us bleed power? See, the uncorrupted blood can't be stacked with other skills. You can be able to combine this with other bleeds, as it then works as a way to get off boils. Which is one of the few ways we can make power here. We don't have the extra gem slot yet, or rather the additional spirit slot yet. So without having the additional spirit, we don't have a way to make charge infusion happen. So if Herald of Blood is the only herald we have to work off right now, we have to go Ritualist based on my item pivot.
It is done. I am back. This should.
That would have been nice. Oh well.
We will succeed.
Relic. And relic. Off in the hair of my Chin Chin Chin. Please let some of these be useful. That could be useful. That is okay. That is really okay. That's kind of meh. Keys means nothing. Relics means everything. Reduced flowing of debuff potency on you means I can fight temporal bubble enemies easier. It's like slightly better. And this is like my best relic yet.
Greetings.
Where is this going? Here? Have bad lightning coverage. This will be okay. Only slightly. Decent body armor. Please be good. It's an upgrade. My lowest is still this. upgrade that. We go here, increase physical. And now we have blood boil. Now that we have this, this gives us a better clear direction of where we want to be. How can I minimize you? I don't. Oh, they changed it so that it's not taking up the entire fucking screen. Got it. So, this gives us a direction. We can clearly now go into the direction of spears, but now we can clearly go into the direction of decisive retreat. For now, we keep our lightning skills. We can drop Twister. We don't need it anymore. I think we can drop Whirling Slash. We also don't need it anymore. Rake is a bleed skill. We keep it. The Lances are good. I think because we chose to go with Lightning, we can keep Glacial Lance for fun. And for clear. That's about it. And I think with Fangs of Frost, I have to use one of my better gems to unlock that other skill. Primal Strikes. It's where I can get a better bleed skill. Because I don't have a detonator.
Not now.
Ouch. This goes here. How do I do this?
Do not wander.
Need something? Browse as long as you like.
How do I upgrade this again?
Hello guys.
Just go straight to the goddamn thing. None of these guides have an answer. Runes. Reforge 3 lesser runes for 1 greater, and reforge 3 regular for 1 greater. So that can't be done until Act 3.
Take care.
Yeah. Let's bring up a storm. it's not worth upgrading. Better necklace would be nice though. I don't have any detonators.
Rapid Assault performs 6 stabs in quick succession.
So when do I get my first detonator? Down here, apparently.
Rapid Assault performs 6 stabs in quick succession. The final strike hits a lot harder and leaves a spearhead stuck in the enemy, bleeding and slowing them. The spearhead can be detonated with a detonator skill, like Thunderous Leap, for an extra burst of damage.
Detonator. Thunderous Leap. Gas Arrow. Detonating Arrow. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Skeletal, Detonator. Explosive Command, Explosive Demise. Nothing, 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 nothing. Crossbow, Explosive Grenade. Gas Grenade. All skill gems. We don't have detonator skills. There is one detonator skill. Ain't that about a bitch? Engrave.
Not now.
And then base this on what is the highest skill.
Fangs of Frost stabs an enemy with an ice-tipped spear, hitting an enemy. Disengage flips.
There's a time and a place for violence.
This here. All equals 50% of support skills against bleeding enemies. Probably now goes to my other bleed skill. Inflicts bleeding on hit. I think I keep it here. Magnitude, stab, stab, stab. Block, dash, attack, move in. And then my various flavors of attacks. My main bender and my rotational DPS. Here. And we should be fine. Here, through goes here. I'll actually keep those clear. 2 skills left.
Need something, no need to rush.
Garbage.
Take care.
Alright, let's see it work. Won't truly know how dogshit our character is until we truly face it in true combat, right? Meanwhile, somebody will work up their courage and be first. Truthfully. This John Ra's gonna be dog shit. I know it is. I feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my bones.
There's as many bones here as grains of sand. Look around. Bleed! Need more time. The hunt is on. Hold on. Necromancers, eh? That'd explain all the bones. Wait! Hold on. Hold on. Need a moment. Need more time. Wait. Wait.
Not feeling the glacial spear anymore. Off the bar you go. Welcome back, Lightning Spear. You truly are a high performer. Attack me. Attack me!
Bleed to dry. I need a moment to prepare.
Decent.
Hold on. Need a moment.
Yeah, the cycle still works. It's less clunky now.
Need more time.
Both the parry and the backstep are doing something. Still have the best lightning clear for poking at a distance like so. Now you just have to think about how we're going to restack.
Bleed out.
Because if we're going physical, we do not need elemental. You can use it, but we don't need it. Very nice. So, what's working in tandem? Herald of Blood gives us an explosion when they die, with anything that is experiencing blood loss. With a chance aggravating bleeding. At the same time, we've got additional effects that we could probably be able to increase with some stats. Assuming that I get to increase it with gems. A little duration increase. Disengage is fine. Result, I don't know. These two are doing the job. This will give me additional attack no matter what. Break is doing its thing by giving me hobble. Getting magnitude on bleed. So in this world, we go over here. Yeah. So magnitude of bleeding, we apply incision, we go to incision, 40%. Not sure how I care about staggering wounds, but maybe that's a form of skill check that we can use there. Because that'll give me 60. Then we get this 5 stat starter, so we start out of lightning penetration and we go into splinters. Nothing here, nothing here, nothing here, nothing here. Survivability with poison. Blind could be nice for here. Don't think I need it though. This feels like it wants to dive in and out of combat. And that doesn't involve me being close enough for that shit to matter. Attack damage and skill effect duration is just bleed duration increase. The buffs that I have on myself that I have will decrease slower. That's just a nice statter. Where do you take me? You take me to bleed. So aggravate bleeding on targets that critically strike. This takes me to speed and accuracy with one-handed melee weapons, which takes me into what? It's just attack speed and rating? Yeah, it is. So it takes me somewhere interesting. That gives me 10 strength and dexterity. This one puts me onto a block tree. This block tree gives me armor activation rating on shield for attack damage and increased defenses from my shield, along with block chance and block recovery. This then puts me over here with the elemental side, but I don't care. This is another alternate way to come down. But this path puts me on the side that is next to proficiency. It still gives me Falcon Technique. It also gives me access to enhanced reflexes and bestial skin. Because of bestial skin, I don't care about what comes next, I don't think. Because this is 2, and this is 3. Yeah. So it's probably reduced mana, because I'm not taking reduced resistances until it's allowed. Then it's 1 ring slot. This is 2. This can be 4. This can be 3. Because I don't see the point of a charm slot. Missing unreserved life. Survivability off of bleeding. Ritual sacrifice off the corpse of a rare monster to gain its stats and duration. Gaining movement speed, reducing 20% of my maximum life to grant a random monster modifier. Working in what is my missing unreserved life. Start off a map with this and gain a random modifier that can be useful, or just simply kill the monsters as I go and ritual sacrifice that way. I don't see the reason why I ever take Whisper's demand. Certainly, it'll reveal itself to me in the future. In the meanwhile, Blood Hunt is probably my next immediate skill take up. And the benefit of having the physical tree is that none of these really have to work that badly with each other. And I always still have the regular spear to throw, should I have to drop the list of the electric.
That's Thrilla the Hunt. Wait! Strike fast, strike true.
This could go a lot worse. Stuck in the corner. My own fault. And now we get to clear the whole room again.
Need more time. Need a moment. Hold on. Crucifix, throw it.
Move this over here. Found nothing in the back bar.
Wait. Back off. Need a moment. Need more time. Mine. Wait. Need more time.
Okay. Pick this back up. This is only on death effect. Also on death effect. For 3% chance to aggravate bleeding on hit. Additional 4% for a total of up to close to 20. It's basically almost 19. Basically, it's 20.
Stop the wound!
So that is my first bleed. Then you only bleed on the last poke. Perhaps that's actually what I need. So as I go down here, yeah, as I go down there, I can think about that.
Hold on!
That's one piece of this. That was a lot of damage. Okay. Using this to look at my stat line, I need Dex to use the bleed skill. Also Dex. Whirlwind Lance. If I enter the whirlwind, it collapses it. Consume a frenzy charge if possible, with one more than its normal maximum. So, up to 3. Yeah. So definitely we get Whirlwind Relance to replace our normal Javelin throw. Then we leap into it. Everything gets collapsed inside of it. This creates humans for damage and knockback. It's counted as physical. It's really strong. Solaris here is attack damage outright. It's built by heavy swimming. It creates ignited ground. It's based off my attack hits with a spear. 100% conversion to fire. If you use this in combination with Whirlwind Lance, which is my only use of it, you can make elemental statistics. Because I don't see myself putting Whirling Slash back on. I don't necessarily need the blind effect. So what am I going to use it for? I whirlwind into the enemy, and then what? A backflip. And I'm already going to be dashing and diving. Alright, Herald of Blood. Blood Boil. Definitely wants Brutality to increase its power. This increases more if I'm on low life. Enemy is afflicted by non-ailment damage. Over time from a supported skill has 50% reduced life generation. Instantly okay. Physical mastery increases +1 to all physical skills that are connected to it. Less freeze when a support skill is active to be warm-blooded. Persistence. Is that my best? Blood boil inflicts the corrupted blood on other enemies. I don't think I want. This is more skill effect for what has the blood. Versus the increase of area damage at cost of area effect. Increased cooldown, pending, area effect, skill duration. Effect endurance, core mobility, fast forward. Fast forward would make them stack up faster with the boils, but that doesn't increase the amount of time in which the corrupted blood is inflicted. Persistence should make it seem longer. I feel like that's right, but I also feel like it's wrong. What about you? Pursuit. 25% more melee damage if you have damage to enemy with projectile attack in the last 8 seconds. Sword skills deal more projectile damage. Rage to get melee on hit. Vitality, spear throw. Lacerate. Yes, I definitely want lacerate on that. That's one more way for me to get the bleed off. I think that's okay.
The hunt is on! Wait! Back off! Hold on!
And then that forking that I just saw is result 2, you. Yes, that's fine. That is extremely fine. It still gives me the in and out strategy. And then as we get down into spears, melee damage while surrounded definitely works. Then on this side where we get incisions, it starts off with 20, then has a chance to apply 10 incision, then incision, then increase physical damage per incision versus magnitude of bleed. So these two sides here are my go-tos for direction. So we get 20, 40, then increased incision, 60, stagger, assuming that's the path that I want to take, then 60, this is 80, 100, magnitude, so there's 60 on two sides. This is magnitude, magnitude, 15, 15, 20, 15, 15. So 1, 2, 3, I don't care about that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then when you get the ability to do an incision multiple times based on the amounts that are being inflicted, they then get more chances to bleed put onto them, right? Because it's chance to apply incision, which then increases the chance that it has with each stack 10 times to give a higher chance of being bled with inflicted. So this is constantly triggering up and down. Then you have magnitude. Then off that magnitude of 1,000 cuts, with each incision giving more physical damage increase. The more times you hit it to bleed it, the more likely it is to trigger to bleed it. That's a weird way to code that, but alright. I'm hip. I'm truthfully hip with it.
Come on! Aware with you! Need more time. Need a moment. Wait.
More attack skill speed makes that get off faster.
Need a moment. Need a moment. Wait!
No time to tarry.
Fucker, where are you going?
Here it comes!
Strike fast.
Hold on!
Now, don't let up.
Wait!
Come on now, let's end it.
Need more time!
Finish it.
A worthy foe!
Burn it down. Don't let up. Come on now, let's end this. Strike true.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what shit was with me a very far away. Alright, so bleed is a lot more forgiving when it comes to poking down a pack.
Hold on. Hold on.
Even though that skill might not be having its best chance here. Ow. Cute. Very cute. I mentioned how much I hate fucking my state in the summertime. So even though it doesn't really feel that nice with the explosion effect, I'm feeling like I stick it here because it's based on my physical. Maybe just stick it in rapid assault for now.
Right in the gut.
Yeah, I guess. And this already said that Herald of Blood can't bleed, right? Hello, struggler. Have you seen the new video that I dropped yesterday before I had to go do stuff?
Bring it on. Wait.
Ow. Nice item for a build that I'm not using.
Need a moment. Need a moment. Need more time. Aware with you.
That was a miss. It's... You did. It's pretty good. I made that opening with you in mind. I figured if there was any person who would appreciate it, you would appreciate it the most. Although Boster, again, is the first to be the person who can comment on anything, because it feels like the chat room was actually full of people who were like Curly. There's one person in particular who had the audacity to, well, not just audacity. Maybe he was explicitly trying to bait, I don't know. Because as soon as I gave like a 2-part reply, they started spamming the chat log with multiple messages trying to say, oh, did I strike a nerve? Did I strike a nerve? After they said, oh my god, you're always displeased and you're never satisfied with your work. And it's like, I eat garbage and I watch trash. I don't eat trash and watch garbage. That's not how it works. But since he did that, it was really no skin on my back. Posted about it even on Twitter as I was going through the responses. Of course, didn't spoil too much. It's not like when I was impressively fucking annoyed with what they did with The Witcher. But you know, The Witcher was something that pissed me off, and I dragged I dragged Jay through that. Horror's dragging me through Nocturne. We'll probably think about doing it next week, because something happened yesterday. All you need to know is that I'm fine and Star's fine. It didn't happen to either of us, it just happened to a person that she lives with. My items. But that is okay, because today is Sunday, which means we will be watching movies to fill in for the second movie night that we permanently now have. We've grown enough in the audience and community that we can be able to have 2 nights of movie nights. And then everything else continues business as usual. And also, I'm glad that whatever was going on with you and Horror came to a resolute end. Because I was concerned about your emotional state there yesterday for a bit. Or rather, on Friday.
Need more time.
Even though they don't necessarily play together well with each other, using Electrocute actually has a unattended upside of being really good to increase the lead, should it still work that way from POV1.
Need more time. Hold on. That was almost a challenge. Pack's full.
Here. Unless it gets increased physical, it's not worth upgrades.
Hold on. Take this. I'll not make the journey home like that. Wait!
I'm getting my ass jumped.
I need a moment to prepare. Wait! Need more time. Need a moment.
I do like that that parry effect actually gives you a choice to get in the face of a ranged attacker.
Wait! Pack's full.
So I suppose I stick it onto the blood boil, since the boil is what increases the bleed. There's the door. Someone's cheating me out of a door. Where is it? Probably over there. Made you realize there's another show that does what DMFlix does better, which is Pluto. I appreciate that you appreciate that both of you don't necessarily see eye to eye, but you can respect them. You get lost in your anger because of how much DOC means to you and how much you hate it being used by Western creators since D lowercase MC. I do thank you for your concern. I mean, I don't want to see you two fighting in the chat room, but more importantly, I don't want to see you two fighting in the chat room and feel like I have to separate the two of you. Because I want you people to be able to deal with that shit together collectively. It's not community if I have to separate people and treat them like kids, because you're adults. I bring it up because I was already going to talk to her about it, but she had came to me first and discussed a displeasure. However, you two are grown adults, so if at any point in time you two want to talk, simply talk to each other. Oh no, I'm being hit.
Hold on.
Now, the problem here is that without that spear hit, I'm not going to have a way to explode the bleed.
Need more time. Hold on.
There we go.
Reckon I'll add a few more bones to the pile. Hit them where it hurts. Wait.
Okay. I'm not a fan of my current damage. Ow.
Now you. Need a moment. Need more time.
No more healing.
Hold on. Right in the guts.
Come on, Carl. You're almost there.
Wait. Need more time.
Yes, sir.
Double as is.
I earned that one.
Just what I was looking for.
God damn. You respect her as an adult, but sometimes I don't think it's mutual, which is okay. I get it. I'm not always the nicest person. Make mistakes, other mistakes. And I got a baggage when it comes to serious train TOW. Straight up copying and becoming more popular because of it. The formerly mentioned D lowercase MC feels like it's always brimming with potential, never reaching its full because of its own shortcomings and things that are outside of its control. Always frustrating being a fan of a series in some way, shape, or form. Feel like the series finally the match that lit the bomb under me for your longest time. Well, that's good. You just have to learn to temper your fire. Not everybody's got fire and brimstone on the mind, or some people don't necessarily want to address it the way that you do. Splinter Heart.
I will tell your tale.
That'll be for a different build in the future. Yeah, just don't lose your head. That's it. That's all you have to do. Don't lose your head. Plus the strength, but doesn't mean anything. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Got some fire resistance finally. Some unfortunate self-referential lightning resistance. Cold resistance. Life and mana gain per enemy killed. This is doing a lot of restoration in combat. Currently my cold looks like that. I get rid of this, I actually get rid of a lot of my cold resistance. Into the tap you go.
I will tell your tale.
Unaffected by slows.
Take your time as you will.
Right, let's customize. Herald of Blood wants brutality. Blood Boil also wants brutality and magnified effect. Seconds to cool down, so you can't spam it. This is blindside. More melee damage an enemy with a projectile attack hit in the last 8 seconds. Untouchable. Blindside. Cannot inflict blind. More critical bonus and more critical chance against blind. Incentivizing for blood. Over just with affliction and less duration. And then take this out of this and stick that into this, and that's bigger. As for this, that's in a pack. That will be enemies are standing on top of each other. Hell yeah, let's do Herald of Blood. And Kelly. Since it's always based physical. This is blood loss. This is corrected blood duration. This is increased cooldown recovery. This has no quality. This is additional 0 to 30 more damage based on distance traveled. Only have one. It has to be something that increases significantly. These are only here because I haven't liked them yet.
Folk won't take kindly to that.
Okay,
Greetings.
Ought to rethink my approach.
let's get out of this. It's 5 points back. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Activate the node. Then we go up here in 2 points. Divvy, split, back to here. Stun build up, attack damage, attack damage. Start going down this way. Melee damage if you've dealt a projectile attack hit. I guess that can still be useful. For each small enemy, I don't need to really use anything at all. So Lightning Steer still just remains okay and decent because it gives Innovate and Lightning Infusion. Ice Bite is useless because it's only on freezing. Ignition, Persistence. Does not work on Herald of Blood. Skill increase. Not deal with damage it deals. It increases the explosion effect range. Totality increases the physical damage of the unscalable. Skill effect duration, skill effect duration, skill effect duration. Nothing from there until I get a 3 slaughter. Expedite. Chance to ignite. No stun build up. Support from damage and spinning. I think we're good. I mean, stepping outside yourself and realizing that is not as important as realizing that the situation's struggler. That's the thing that really is important. You're showing the girlfriend the DMC3 cutscenes. Based. Well, you don't have to be silent, you just have to be more effective at how you communicate. That's the solution. Oh, we have a live one. Nobody tell her. She'll realize faster. Welcome, Saffronet. How can I help you?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's just that I thought you were too deep in the game. And...
No. I've been sitting here waiting, and I was looking at the chat, and then I was looking at you.
Okay.
Your tell was, we have a live one. How you doing?
No, okay. Yeah, so that show came out, and I saw some quite interesting discourse on Twitter. People talking about some of the scenes and how they played out. And, like, I think I was talking in another discourse saying, like, yeah, I kind of have a feeling how they're going to categorize Dante, and it's going to be in a similar vein to, like, the reboot. And I hate being right.
Yes, so you're definitely in Struggler's camp of support. I mean, pretty much everybody is in his camp of support, but yeah, go ahead.
It's just insulting. It's just insulting when they do this, and they have to pretend, and people kind of, like, no, it's a good thing, it's a good thing. It's not.
Well, we've seen opinions that have said, you guys just can't like things. I've gotten a troll that tried on my video talking about it as a post-moratorium, saying, no, you're just hateful, and that says a lot about you, that you can't enjoy things. Just enjoy things, Carl. There's lots to break into. The starter problem here is starting off with the voice actor. I'm certain that whatever is going on there is whatever. Ruben Langdon not getting a callback that then leads to him either retiring or quitting voice acting entirely. Somebody needs to be hung for that. Then, the Dante that's being done is meant to be a young Dante, meaning Johnny is interpreting a DMC3 Dante. Yet despite interpreting a DMC3 Dante, this is not a story about Tim and Negro. This is not a story about Tim and Negro. This is not a story about him trying to figure out what to call his business. This is not a story about him learning for the first time his interactions with Mary, and then coming to understand her as Lady. This is not a story about him climbing the tower of Tim and Negro and fighting other characters, despite there is Rudra and Agni in this story. Rudra and Agni. Despite him going through what he goes through, lame-ass Devil Trigger, lame-ass transformation for the Devil Trigger, Sparta's a deadbeat. Despite having a chance to be in his kid's life, Dante just never met the guy. Redditor-based episodes and episode enders, literally introducing Virgil and ending on his song. And then, of course, the unavoidable scene of America Fuck Yeah in Hell. And also demons are actually evolved humans. You're doing a heckin' fascism for not supporting this view of early aughts war hawking and war on terror soliloquy.
We need to stop.
Why is that even inside of Devil May Cry involving Dante? Because that's clear.
It's not even part of the plot.
I don't even know why that was put in there, even as like a bit to look at.
Now I heard Audie did not write that stuff in. It was somebody else, but he allowed it.
But yes, but he's the showrunner, he's the creator, he's the fucking franchise steward. It falls on him. The same way that Netflix falls on him, Nocturne falls on him, Devil May Cry falls on him. In the future, Assassin's Creed will fall on him, and whatever other franchise thing I'm forgetting of that he has responsibility for, you can find it on your Wikipedia, people. It falls on him. It ends with him. He is the final step. He allowed it. It was his take that there are two types and two interpretations, both which are done with intention. One is his bootleg universe. The other is a Adi Shankar animation, which might as well be, this is me doing the plot from the franchise and trying to find a way to make a plot from the franchise as a story. Which, you don't need to do that. The games are right there! No matter what angle he takes, he's cooked. if he says this is what I think the games has, and he says this is my faithful interpretation, tourist. If he then says, well, nobody really cares about Devil May Cry anyways, it's just a dead franchise, tourist, and we're in your ass. Because unlike Castlevania, games that haven't had a proper expansion in a while, multiple beloved franchises, but most of them on older platforms that otherwise have not gotten a remaster, remake, or a reboot, not similar to that of the Robert Carlyle Lord of Darkness? His sequel trilogy. You don't have a lot of ways to excuse your way out of Castlevania and people not understanding the plot of Castlevania. Because based in the story, and then using the story as a basis for your plotting, your scenes, your emotional dialogue, your set pieces, and ultimately the conclusion and the setup for further season, all of these we have seen follow through, not only with Castlevania, with all of its franchise parts, but specifically with Nocturne, and its 2 seasons. So, there is no excuse to say, well, I don't know what to do with Devil May Cry. You already had practice. You had a total of 7 seasons of practice. If we include Laserhawk, you actually had more than you deserve. And keep in mind, this is a person who understands how to write something that is in the tone of the universe, but still gives him the ability to remix, because he's responsible for writing the Olivia Thirlsby and the Carl Urban adaptation of Dread. The one that people liked a lot and wished they had gotten a sequel to, and never did. So he knows how to write. He knows how to cast, he knows how to direct, he knows what would look good as a scene, even if it is slop, it's pretty slop, and at the end of the day, he knows how to pick actors that can do the goddamn job. So, he has no excuse. No matter any ways you write it down to shape it up. He knew what to do, he didn't do it, and then he made excuses for not doing it. What power does this poser have over this to get this much done in the series? A lot. He's a show creator. He is the person who chooses the writers. He's the one who's choosing the casting directors. He's the one that's giving out the call sheet for the type of character actors and voice actors that they want. Majority of these projects have had no bleed over of any of the particular people that we would usually see from Funimation. There's been no Steve Blum. There's been no Funimation click. It's all been people who could literally put in a good job and put in good work, because it's from people who know how to do proper acting for the period pieces that he's casting for. And all of those people have been hired because of their talent in other fields. There's no BBC Shooty Gatwa shit going on here. Which would actually be more believable and would at least be an out. He could at least then put it on the actors and how the Netflix admins told him they wanted it to be. But every single step of the way, Ade Shankar, both from presentation, direction, even his interaction recently before the series went viral, was no. People who decided to say, I make all of my series religion bad, that is a lie. That is you pushing things onto me. He's a 100% Reddit atheist, writing Devil May Cry or rewriting it for Reddit atheists.
Be brave.
I don't know what you have to say to that, but I see that as a tragedy. As a travesty and tragedy. Saf?
Uh-huh.
I was waiting for you to add on.
I think the only other thing, because I haven't seen it in full, all I've seen is those clips. And it's just disheartening to see, like, Devil May Cry in particular kind of attract, like, I don't know, is parasites the right word?
Oh, we've seen plenty of them. Let's see, where's that one thread?
And people saying, like, oh, Dante's a dork, and, you know, he's funny. It's like, yeah, he's funny, but he's also confident. Like, I don't understand how people misinterpret his character this hard.
I can't find the particular one in front of me right now, but the timeline is full of examples of it. But let's see here. Looking at the timeline, we've got... Looking at the timeline, we have examples such as Melanie Mack misunderstanding the difference between a cross-dresser as a drag queen and complaining about characters such as not Luna Snow, Emma Frost for Marvel Rivals, immediately
Oh.
put back up against the Adi Shankar missing the difference between sincere voice acting and claiming religion bad when he misses the point of his series franchise from the scenes that have been clipped from Devil May Cry 4. There's more here. But I can't scroll down the timeline for you all because I have porn on the timeline.
Oh.
This is not new. Everybody knows I have porn on the timeline. Let's see here. We've got individuals that claim, actually, isn't Dante's personality from the third game just literally exactly being Deadpool?
No.
Just constantly mocking people doing the Hakai dance from Jujutsu Kaisen. Isn't he just literally a guy who just can't stop winning? Always sarcastic, always tongue-in-cheek. Is really hard. Because then the person who's getting quote tweeted is like, hey, you know that thing when a fan of a thing criticizes an adaptation, you go, you just want it to be one-to-one the same? You know the thing? It's disingenuous and you know it. Fans just want something faithful and you're poisoning the discourse by being dismissive. Stop. There are people who are then saying that is a logical fallacy. Who want to see a proper, faithful adaptation. They are calling that a logical fallacy. So,
I see a lot of that thrown around these days. Even when you tell the truth about something. Logical fallacy, you can't say that.
since that's the majority of the opinions that keep going back and forth between this and the rest of the conversations in the timeline, I'm just calling them all retards and then ignoring them. Because they don't have anything to offer to the conversation. Many of them, where's that particular one that I want? Many of them happens to be like most of these users who have gone out of their way to say, actually, I care so much about my series that here I am, surrounded by all my merchandise. No, people said that I'm not allowed to like content correctly. Oh no. Oh no. These people say that I'm not worthy. I can't find this one because I don't think I retweeted it, but I saw it. I'd have to go through all of my mutuals and go find it. Let's see if I can find it if I scroll long enough. Right. Let's go by media. These are things from the franchise, these things from people, things from people, things from people, things from people. Okay. Diverse fan reactions. Here we go. Can I find it if I scroll down this list hard enough? Ah, here's one. Devil May Cry fans when the Netflix non-canon adaptation doesn't follow the game's lore perfectly, and it's just them making antagonistic means at each other back and forth constantly. This has been a big point of contention, because this is, of course, people going out of their way to pretend they don't understand the concepts. And Twitter users, when DMC fans, want the adaptation to be lore accurate, not some r/atheism slop fest written by Redditors. Further down the timeline. Ah, I found it. You've got people like this on the timeline. Here lies Brucaro, slain by the fandom for the crime of enjoying Netflix DMC, despite its non-canon sins. Was she really a true fan? Oh, oh. There are lots of words for this, and it's really fucking annoying. It's really fucking stupid. Because...
Just awful, so what it is.
Because this person then gets hit with the quote directly from Adi Shankar saying that this was done in good faith to honor the source material, And their reply to that was, never said they couldn't criticize it. The problem is fans being rude to those that did enjoy it. I don't think it's a perfect show. It has issues, but I found it entertaining. It's like, okay, so why are you here? Looking for attention. You're not helping.
It's not helping anybody.
I wish you could say it's not helping, but it's not hurting. But it's actually doing nothing. It's not only not helping, it's actively hurting, because then other people take this kind of opinion from those people and then says, actually, this person and their opinion is proof that actually it's good. Actually, you should listen to us, the loud minority opinion. Let me see if I can find the one that I'm thinking of, though. There's a very particular post I was thinking of. That was probably the biggest and stupidest of all these opinions. Because there is a person who addresses the reason why it's got the red tier writing, which happened to be this post. Where it was asked on April 3rd, that is every DMC adaptation made in the West have some stupid-ass social political commentary.
Yeah, it's the second time this happened, and people don't notice the pattern. You don't. Yeah.
Well, there are people who notice it. It's just their posts didn't go viral, which is truthfully a sin and tragedy. You have reached your daily limit.
I hope this doesn't sound racist, but it's weird how like there's both Indians involved in the thing, and I'm like,
Bit stupid, if you ask me. Let's see if I can find the last thing that I'm trying to look for. There's a good chance that I can't. It appears not. But anyways, yeah, the DMC conversation is very clear and straightforward. Because it does not have a straight-through vision of what it's trying to be, and what it is trying to be that is clear is clearly not Devil May Cry. It's pretty much a throwaway. There's nothing that's useful. It has nothing that's worthy. And when you talk to people about it, there are those that clearly want to act like what you're saying is crazy, or is disgusting, or is a emotional word smaller than relevant, and are pretending that your concerns are completely made up, despite the fact that it is obvious to anybody who has eyes. And I, for one, going off of the opinion that I got from the person that was trying to content troll, I just don't like watching that kind of slop. First reason being, it's not productive for my own sanity. That's the first reason. And the second reason, which is a lot more obvious, is that as the take goes, eating garbage and watching trash, not watching trash and eating garbage. Or excuse me, rather than eating garbage and watching trash, we are eating trash and watching garbage. Instead of watching something that we clearly know is a guilty pleasure or is a wonderful, fun watch that is stupid, dumb, can be broken down, and when it does elevate itself, like, say, Interview with the Vampire under AMC's writing, anything that they improve to get better, to bring it back in line, something like the 1994 movie of the original timeline, that is the standard of whether or not we consider this to be a worthy adaptation or a piss-poor adaptation. Clearly, in the case of the exceptional Negro, and season 2 of the exceptional Negress that loved the Ashkenazi Jew woman, you can clearly see the breakdown between what they wanted and what they ended up making. In terms of what they wanted and what they ended up making, Interview with the Vampire, as written by AMC, is trash. It is clearly trash. It will always be trash. Because they don't respect the characters, they don't respect the personality, and of the parts that they choose to respect, it is specifically the part that has to do with making homosexuality way too prevalent to the point where it goes past the point of being camp and being funny and goes to the point of being inherently disrespectful. So, with Eddie Shankar, you choose to write a scene that involves characters getting attacked by American soldiers as they invade hell to, I guess, enslave them, use them for resources. Are you rubbing the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I am on my phone, so.
Okay. But, they write a scene where Americans are invading hell. And the only character in the project of Devil May Cry that mentions God is the corrupt politician character. Similar into D lowercase MC, where the only mention of religion or hierarchy is Mundus, who is clearly a stand-in for a corrupt politician who's having sex with his mistress, who is also the mother of his unborn child, as well as the stand-in for the character that is supposed to be a riff on Fox News.
Bob Barbas, just do God's work.
Comparing this to that, just like how Riverdale is a bastardization of Archie comics, and its sequel series, which was The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, written and directed by the exact same person, is also a bastardization of at least the Sabrina comics in the era of Archie comics. The desire to make Interview with the Vampire have a comparative example compared to that, and now two different franchises, two different entries into the franchise, depicting a similar bastardization of the original work from which it is adapting. If people cannot be able to see it the way most of us see it, especially the content creator in question, or if you want to simply not put it on Eddie Shankar, it wasn't his fault, it was the Netflix executives. Netflix as a whole, and it means it's useless to do these adaptations. Which, that's clearly not the point, because that's like saying it was useless to do the David production adaptations of JoJo. It was clearly not. But look what's come of the work. 6 installments, some which were done and distributed better than others. Stone Ocean's distribution was fucking dog water. We can clearly agree. But, assuming we all pirate, assuming we all have access to it, and all the people who would have paid for whatever service they had to use to get access to it paid for it when they did, the same speed at which we can see the trash in anything produced by the CW and anything produced by AMC is the same way you can see from any of the trash that's been produced with adaptations that have come from Netflix. Because the one, singular, one adaptation of Netflix that has actually been meaningful was Devilman Crybaby. It was the only one that has been elevated and respected for the effort that it did. Nothing else has been elevated. Nothing else has been elevated. Nothing else has been respectful. It has all been garbage. Certainly there are people who like it. But people liking garbage is the same way as people liking eating shit. Why would I eat shit on purpose? Unless you're into scatology, of course. I think that's really all that can be said about it.
Yeah, it's just all. I don't know how this will affect the games in the future. If they even want to make another one, I don't know.
I mean, Capcom has no reason not to. Capcom makes stuff. Capcom makes Monster Hunter. They make Devil May Cry. They make whatever.
It's just that I'm slightly worried about, like, you know, how they're gonna handle it without Ruben being there, if he's even gonna reprise the role.
We can only tell with what happens in the aftermath of this show. Because certainly Capcom wants to make money. No one fired him. Assumptively, we don't know officially. We can only know what he's told people, and the first thing that they've been told was a bunch of other shit. Namely, when we first thought it, we thought he must have been fired, because why are they not bringing him in? Then Johnny explains that no, Ruben just took a break. And then Ruben himself said, I just took a break. But people are saying that it's a break, people are saying that it's a firing, people are saying it's a retiring, nobody knows.
Well, there's people saying like he should be getting rid of because of his opinions when they're like not even that antagonistic to begin with.
I say this while putting a hand on your shoulder because it's not meant for you, but for the people who say that.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck their opinions! Because if we're going to say that about him, then we need to say that about every other person who's in an originator role ever since the series had been done. And clearly, we're not about to do that to Dan Southworth. We're not about to do that to Johnny Young Bosch. So, considering the at least main three, if we include not the voice actor for V, we're not going to go that angle and say people need to be fired because of their political opinion. If someone's getting fired because of an opinion, it should be the way that they have opinions about other voice actors and about the things that they've done inside the studio that has been directly cantankerous to the industry. And by that measure, I don't think they want to go there, because then we throw away the entirety of Crunchyroll and Funimation. As we should. But that is what it is. Anyways, we're out of time for you, Saffronet. Thank you for coming on.
Alright.
Have a good day, girl. I'll miss you. Hugs and kisses. Welcome. Hello, Marcus.
Hi there.
How can I help you today?
Well, yeah. Largely came in to see how everything was going. I'm assuming that you're already talking about how Devil May Cry has literally shit the bed.
I made a video that summarized most of my opinions about it.
Yeah, I saw.
Outside of that, we went over the concerns that Saf brought up. Talked about it a little bit, both in chat with Struggler and with Saf. Showed some examples of it from Twitter. The general main idea and problem of it is that no matter what people claim, the problems fall on the shoulders of Adi Shankar. Adi Shankar is the person who's the writer. Adi Shankar is the steward. Adi Shankar is the person who's responsible at the end of the day. He can't say that it's something that was done out of opinions that he has about how he writes between his bootleg universe and his Adi Shankar original animation universe. If he puts this fault, blame, and failure on anybody, we all know that he doesn't deserve what he gets. Since all of the sign-ons that he had gotten for his adaptations were done originally from the first 3 seasons of Castlevania with its first installment. And ever since then, it's been a shit show. Ever since. Anyways, other than that, I think that's pretty much done and dusted. Did you have something you wanted to add on that you specifically need me to see?
Well, I saw the title of this, and have you already talked about Marvel Rivals yet?
I have not talked about literal, legitimate Snowbunny mind control yet.
I'm just fucking recoiling. Like, I was trying to go, like, no, they didn't do that. No, like, I was actively trying to lie to myself, like, they did not. They did fucking not. They did not. And, of course, they fucking did. And I was hoping, I was praying that, like, yeah, like, great. And now everybody's gonna basically be, yeah, nah, that's unironic Snowbunny energy, and it's like...
Like, I feel like that's disrespectful to say that it's Snowbunny energy. That is clearly Mother. There's no way around it.
It's the Count against Mother, and I feel like a lot of people have a lot of issues with how she looks, like the base skin, which there's nothing particularly wrong with it.
I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this, because they have one of her outfits already in as one of her skins.
X Revolution.
No, like, this is the least sexual skin they could have given Emma Snow. Emma Snowbunny? Really? Miss, I'm gonna walk in the room and embarrass most people? Emma Snowbunny? That's Snowbunny? Literally an outfit to serve cunt from every angle and direction over the years of her character? That's Snowbunny? there's a lot to say about January Jones's portrayal of her from the past films, but no, I'm sorry. It's not happening.
Let me get this for you. Have they not read the comics?
Nope, they didn't.
Have they not? Have they not seen the multitudes upon multitudes upon multitudes of different renditions of her? Every single fucking one of them were the dominant dommy mommy of every single story. All of them. Even in the fucking anime.
I actually, the other day, had to explain, like, yeah, even if you may think that her like outfits in the game is sexual, her actual outfits pale that in comparison. This
is the equivalent of fucking Chun-Li from Street Fighter. You're gonna say that outfit's sexualized?
Like, I can find. Let me go see, because I'm pretty sure I have some of these saved, and I'm pretty sure I also cannot show them on on Twitch of all places. But I have some of these outfits that are saved here inside of my
And also to the people who are saying that outfit is the ugliest thing that they've seen, no, just no, it's not ugly. The reason why they most likely fucking did it, and it's like, you can't have the other one, because if you have the other one, you want to know what's gonna happen? It's gonna get an M rating, maybe an A.
You're talking about the white panty line?
Yep, I'll talk about that.
Yeah, that's probably amongst some of her best bustier. And for a breakdown of this, none other than King and Queen Lion to actually break it down to show people what the consecutive opinion is. Let's go ahead and square that up on the screen.
Like.
Well, let me pick this up.
God damn! Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a power imbalance of ass in Marvel Rivals.
Tourists, man. Fucking tourists. Every time.
Marvel, this is not okay. This is not cool. We need more black women. White men. Listen to me. If Marvel Rivals does not fix the power imbalance of ass that they have put into that video game, if they don't correct or balance the scales, white men, listen, you have no idea what will be unleashed upon you. Listen, you're not listening. These YNs are gonna get a taste for something, and they're gonna go out there hunting. I'm telling you, white people, listen. If it's snowing, they're going. I'm telling y'all better do something. Listen, I know y'all are not listening, but listen, Marvel Rivals is changing the game. You have no idea what is coming. The thirst is real. For the first time in a generation, they got men looking at squirrels. I want you to understand what they mean. They have men looking at squirrels. And I'm telling y'all, there's nothing Dr. Umar can do about it, even though he doesn't raise or take care of his own daughter. But there's nothing that he can actually do about it. Marvel Rivals has released the White Queen. Can you imagine the skins? Can you imagine the playable skin? Run our pockets. Oh my God. Have y'all never seen Dave Chappelle's show? Do you not know what happened? Does nobody remember Katie? Do y'all not remember what happened to Katie? Marvel Rivals, we're watching you.
Fucking shit, that's a callback.
You know what you're doing? We're watching you. You know, Marvel Rivals, if you really want to punish us, you know, it's.
And he's about to bring it up. Yep.
I'm just saying, you know, you want to punish us and you know, make us feel bad for what we're doing. You know, you can always, you know, certain skins, you know, we'll pay for them. You know, we'll pay for them. You know. Oh wait, no, we won't. We won't pay for them. Yeah. If you want to show us, a little something. You know, just you know.
So everything from the body roll to her lines, to the fact that she starts flirting with Groot, because since she's a mind reader, she is able to communicate with him, and they have it's more than just a one-off line. It's a series of comments. She calls Jeff her little baby.
Because he isn't even in the comics.
Yeah, my little baby, you'll pay for it. Yeah, that shit. And
literally.
And she's got a good kit too, and she's a Vanguard. So people that will be maining her, they have a reason to lie and say, no, this is just my favorite character. No other reason. There's no other reason I picked this character to play, and it's strong. It's meta. And her skills are relevant. She's not a joke character. Or rather, she's not an ineffective character that is hard to use. She's a frontliner. She's capable of doing damage. She's capable of doing protection. She has mechanics. She has tech skills. And at the end of the day, the amount of people who are just going to use her just to use the diamond form to pick people up, slam them on the ground, and kick them off the map. Along with Snowbunny mind control. Literal Snowbunny mind control.
I unironically will have to say this.
You don't gotta.
I will unironically say this. There's one person I know who genuinely actually cares about her. And you know who he is. I'm not going to say his name.
Is it
but
Dax?
You know.
Is it Dax?
I didn't want to say his fucking name. That man is dedicated to her. Unironically, even before that. He was hoping and praying that she would come in someday. Today's the day.
He's jerking that shit so fucking hard right now.
No, I mean, he genuinely actually does care about Emma. Like, unironically.
Yeah, but at the same time, Jarvis, stroke it at 130 per minute.
You do know that in one iteration of Iron Man, he's actually married her, right?
That's current iteration.
They've got lines for that too.
Yep. Make a better husband than you do a fighter. Damn, that's...
I got lines with Cyclops yet, or is Cyclops in there? Because if he is, I'm gonna
Cyclops
laugh.
is not in yet.
Not yet.
Oh, that's gonna be hilarious when it.
But the minute that Cyclops, I'm pretty sure that probably they're gonna add like Cyclops and Jean in.
Oh God, yeah.
Because the package deal. But then I'm pretty certain that my other friends would hope that Rogue and Gambit comes in.
Dude, Rogue.
Give
me the 80s Rogue. Give me the 80s Rogue. Don't give me this bullshit MCU crap.
Have they shown off Rogue in the MCU actual?
No.
Not actual, but like the 20th Century Fox.
Oh yeah, where she was just like, you know, edgy teen.
Yeah, give me that one, or give me the Evolution one, where she's the little goth girl. I'll take one or the other. Anything else? Nah.
Considering how faithful, you know, this is, like, how faithful Marvel Rivals is trying to be, even though that they have a... I'll be honest.
Give me that southern twang, sugar.
Southern Bells. They get to us all.
Oh yeah.
And of course, but there's a point to be made about the skins. Like, I have the picture on the screen, because I can at least show this much. The amount of potential they have for skins, the Hellfire Gala might as well have just been an entirely new skin line for every character.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of is, but they... God, this is probably going to be a yearly event now. Just Hellfire Gala, there you go! And you know what? That'll rank in gangbusters, because, you know, because each and every iteration of Hellfire Gala is just avenues of just literally make the cuntiest thing you can imagine possible, because it's going to be there, and people will sell their fucking homes for this shit. They will do whatever it takes if they see that skin and go, yes, please. But, you know,
dude, you see Colossus from Hellfire Gala? Good God.
They recently showed off the newest Hellfire Gala who won the contest, and it was Dylan, Eddie's son. And to be fair, this is a little bit of a side tangent, but yeah, he looks fucking phenomenal. I think that Dylan, even though I don't really care much for Dylan, I think he actually looks good. I think that it fits him, suits him, considering that he's basically the king in black. It works for him. But off topic, I think that she is a good addition. I think that the Marvel Rivals team is very ambitious for what they're trying to do, though, because a new character every month, that's going to be a very, very questionable strategy. But I will look forward to seeing it being paid off.
Who knows?
I think her kit, though, is probably what is like a very much so example defining thing of like what a Vanguard should kind of be, at least for anti-diver.
I mean, I don't care if she's frontline, I don't care if she's anti-dive. Just keep showing me the clip of the body roll on repeat. That's all I need. That's all the dopamine I need. I don't even need to win. I just want to watch that animation multiple times. That, and just put a little bit more jiggle on her thighs. Don't even make the titties move. I just want to see the thigh move. That's it.
Yeah. Also, the fact that fucking Cloak unironically says, yeah, this woman has more ice than fucking Bobby Drake. That is an insane fucking interaction. Mm-hmm. Literal Iceman. She's dripped out more than him. Fucking hell. I think that people are a little bit too gung ho about, calling her out as like just unironic, just Snowbunny, and it's like, okay, calm the fuck down. It pains me to see that because obviously, like, she's much more than that. But I can't defend it when, they make the literal term of White Queen mind control.
Now, as I bring that up, as I scroll down this timeline looking for the particular posts in question I'm looking for, yes. The other outfit. The hair coif, the animation, the open
evolution.
Yes, the open midriff. How did they get that approved?
I don't know, but I'm fairly certain that modders are gonna have a field day with that one.
Do they even need to mod anything? She's perfect.
There are already edits out right now of just titties out. So I mean, leave something for the imagination. Come on. But regardless, I think that X Revolution, that skin, fucking phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, there's the controversy. Or controversies, plural.
Oh.
See if I can go find one. There's one immediately on my timeline. Here we go. There's that dog shit I was looking for. Fandom Pulse. Melanie Mack puts Marvel Rivals on blast. Says new Emma Frost costume is part of gay drag queen psyop. Like, there's no better response to that, and it's the one that is back up here. Where is it? It's the one with her Ice Gala outfit. People talking about how tired they are of women being sexualized in this game, and it's fucking Emma Frost that they're talking about. Front cover of, I forgot what edition of Marauders it is. She's basically wearing an outfit that is just ribbons of cloth with nothing on, while she's in her diamond form with needlepoint stiletto high heels. Like dog. I don't know, bro. Like, bro, what do you mean? Sexualization? Y'all motherfuckers with all these mods? Even without the mods, all this ass in the normal.
I mean, all I would need is just Squirrel Girl. all I need is just Doreen.
Well, it's like King Lion said.
else.
Like I said, King Lion said, y'all niggas out here looking at squirrels.
Is it wrong though? No, it isn't.
Like a mind reader, a psych user using sex appeal as a way to beguile people and make them easier to control, which is literally a point of one of her scenes in her books. The controversies are either it's supposed to be gay nonsense or she's over-sexualized. This is one of the few points where a actually old post from Poe is now relevant. What on God's green Gaia would make you think that Emma fucking Frost would know how to twerk? Like, or people showing Emma Frost from the Marvel Rivals and Fortnite crossovers find the difference. The fucking Fortnite crossover, ooh, she's got all this silver and white on her skin. Meanwhile, Marvel Rivals, blue, aqua, white accents. The amount of Zetorogai in her thighs. Look at the screen, chat. If you don't believe me, look at the screen. Look at how much skin.
No. I believe you. No. I'm not saying that. I'm not like laughing at this matter of like, oh, like that's crazy. No, I see that. Like, one of the things that, like, this is like character design 101. Silhouettes and design of like a character make the character memorable. Because if you look at like Captain America, he's extraordinarily memorable. He is red, white, and blue. Simple as. Has the shield. Has the thing. He's big and bulky. Emma Frost. You look at her, she is a fucking hourglass of a woman who is like, has accentuated body, and she is showing what she's got. And she uses that to her advantage, literally in game.
I mean, right here, one of her, I'm assuming this is one of her match of the game animations with a direct reference directly from the comic books. This shows off why they chose to go with the black outfit for the X-Men Evolution.
You guys screen sharing this?
Yes, I am. I was screen sharing it, and then I'm also showing it on the stream. But I'll bring this back up here. Like, the direct reference here with this outfit is half the reason why both of these two versions of the outfit are being used. It does not get better than this, boys.
That looks so fucking sick.
Because instead of just making her white, they make the diamond actually have a different color than the white and the black of her outfits. So
it's a pearlescent kind of look, which is very fucking nice.
Mm-hmm. Like, there are of course more people who are simping over her and also giving her alternates. So we've got examples from artists like this who've made a alternate that brings it much more in line with a leotard corset with thigh-high legging boots all the way up with a veil for the backside. Because I know there are some people who love the bob. I also love the bob. But this person has done something more unique than just, here's your art, I fixed it, and actually did something unique with it. Now, I'm going to tell you a sentence, and I don't want you to laugh at the sentence, but there are people that are comparing her to Sarah J. I don't know, bro. They made up the opinion. I think it's ridiculous, but clearly it was meant to get reactions out of people.
No. Just no.
I don't know why you would even, I don't even know why they would come up with that, other than just to piss people off. That's something I expected to come out of Poe's mouth.
Doesn't Poe not like Sarah J? Wait a minute. Hold on.
I mean, getting a reaction out of people by saying Emma Frost, that's about to be in Marvel Rivals, looks like Sarah J, sounds like an opinion he'd come up with, even if he doesn't like Sarah J.
Fair enough, yeah. I hope to God that she beats the living fucking shit out of goddamn Doctor Strange. I'm glad he's kind of getting nerfed.
Very nice that you mentioned that, because here's a picture from a person who's referencing the nerfs and buffs with the picture.
Good. He is so oppressive. He is so goddamn fucking oppressive, and I actively didn't like playing against him. Just because, like, okay, so let me get this straight. Offensive-wise, he's, like, the best character ever. Defensive-wise, he's the best character ever. You are playing Minesweeper, my friend. Okay.
This is not on screen. People in chat are asking, who? Sarah Jane? No. I'm going to hit you all with a flashbang. Click that link at your own risk.
Sarah J, which, like, I don't see it. I really don't.
I don't either. But, you know, it is what people want it to be. It is what it is.
You could have said, you know, maybe, like, if Angela White tried to be blonde.
Nigga, don't put that on Angela White.
Okay.
She could get away with it, maybe, but don't put that on her.
I didn't say I was gonna put it on her, but I did mention, so that is my fault. God, her fucking icon looks so fucking perfect, dude. I still want Nightcrawler to be in the game, but you know, it's probably not gonna happen.
Interesting. Yeah, outside of all of the contingent upset opinions that people could use, the problem that I have with, like, the discourse is that there are a lot of people who are getting away with the horniness and then bring up this completely non-existent gooner problem. My problem with the gooning accusations is y'all niggas are out here actively saying you want to have this kind of work, and I don't see how that is relevant, because you're getting what you want both ways. You're getting a good character, and you're getting a good character with skins, period. So the X-Revolution skin being worth 1,600 units, they could probably have gotten more out of it. And of course, there are indeed women on the timeline who are dropping cosplays of her, and they're doing multiple different types. I'm looking at one right now of a person who's doing a classical Emma Frost.
I mean, I have opinions, but I have opinions because, you know, like I went to a convention and cosplaying and all that.
This person drew over their fucking androids. Their fucking Android 18 cosplay to make it look like
that's fucking wild. Faves.
That's silly. That's so silly.
Thank you, Faves.
I'm so for it, but that's so silly. But yeah, there are lots of ways that we can approach this. However, I'm going to approach the one that's the obvious big point in the room. Also, here's a nice reference to SpongeBob SquarePants.
Spung? I know you meant sponge.
No, actually, I meant spunk.
Spunk. So okay, so I was right.
But the obvious elephant in the room. I don't know what link that it was, and now you'll be waiting cute animal comps on your laptop to forget. Hey, people said they didn't know who Sarah J was, so I gave you a Wikipedia link about who she is and about her history. But the obvious thing to address is the two-part problem. The first one is, of course, the Gurnagate allegations. You're not getting away from that. The other one is this one that was introduced by Melanie Mack, which is the transgender thing. I don't think people really care. It's kind of like people saying, oh my god, I want Hunter Safer to be the actor chosen to portray Zelda in the live-action Legend of Zelda movie. Why? Why bring that up? Why do this to yourself?
I mean, like, I'm pretty certain that many people are not really going to flying fuck about, you know.
I mean, outside of calling everything gay, I don't get it. Personally, I don't get it.
Even then, what? So what? No. Like, okay, cool. The shit is gay to you, all right?
I mean, the first thing I think that would be more annoying is that I think the actual drag queens and actual sapphics and homosexual men and women would come together to say, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Agreed. I would say, what the fuck is wrong with you? Motherfucker, I like it all. It exists, and it's like, okay, cool. So this is your way of coping that, you know, somebody looks hotter than you? I don't fucking know, nor do I really care. It's like, okay, cool. You now have a character that is what? Fucking made for, you know, selling skins and enticing people to play her? Yeah. Oh wow, what a shock. Shock of shocks. But you know, this is ultimately why I don't think many people can have nice things.
I mean, on one side, it actually demonstrates how much power this narrative has here. Reading it directly, porn is turning men gay. People are excited because Marvel created a drag queen with prosthetics. I find it to be hilarious because we're seeing in real time exactly how much power they have with this working. Because, of course, now scrolling down the timeline, I apologize, chat, that I'm exposing to a Melody Mac thread. But as we scroll down the timeline and we see other examples of works, this is just right down the alley of people being camp. Removing all politics from it. The amount of... Look at their faces! Emma Frost is straight up a man! Compare her to the facial structure of Luna Snow! I don't get it!
Comparing a white woman to a Korean woman. Okay. Sure.
To be fair, I didn't look at her face until you censored her boobs. Her body looks like a man with prosthetics. That skeleton is large. She is supposed to be a tank in the game. The degeneracy continues. This is a natural progress of porn. Attraction to men.
.5'10". She is 5'10". She's nearly the same height as me. She is naturally tall. She is naturally, because 5'10" is tall. 5'10" is height.
Apparently, this user here decided to modify the image itself to compare... Oh, wrong click. Decided to edit this image to try and compare how actually the X-Men skin was supposed to be bad because they put a man's head on Emma Frost's body. If you make it look like an actual one, at which point it looks like it's a fucking retrofit 50s model face.
She looks like a Victorian woman.
Yes. It looks like a retro future 50s model's face, and it just looks not right.
It really doesn't. What the fuck? And like, to give a minor perspective, really? You're gonna try and compare X Revolution, you know, the comic that has a lot of polarizing moments where she actively, and I shit you fucking not, I'm pulling up all the fucking goddamn images of this shit. I'm posting it in the Versus chat. There it is. This is what she normally looks like. Compared to what she looks like in-game, it's like, no, this isn't a bad change. It really isn't. In fact, I would say that it's pretty fucking accurate. I don't care for the gold accents because, you know, that's not entirely there, but it works. It works for her. She's like, I'll glaze her even more. She's the cunty character that can get away with a lot of shit.
I mean, there's a bunch of queers in here, so I think we all, from consensus amongst the three of us, horrors in the chat now, but the consensus amongst the three of us is that this says it doesn't exist. The argument in the narrative to say that Emma Frost is actually not just Snowbunny mind control and a opportunity to get black men into shit. It's like, now we're gonna attack the transgenders and the gays by projecting this as a bunch of queer shit. We're gonna get glad for this one. I don't see it there either.
Motherfucker, the niggas were already here! They just wanted them to stay! Like, I'm sorry, like, Squirtle was gonna make them stay. That's Punk Skin, by the way, is gonna make the ones that are into goth and, like, you know, like, alternative women even more, like, happy. So I'm happy, you know.
Mm-hmm. And even then on, like, a fandom side, without even talking about gameplay, because, of course, none of these arguments are coming from an angle of gameplay. I haven't seen a single person say she's bad for mechanics. I haven't seen a single person say anything wrong about her kit. In fact, many of them tested what she can and can't do, and her grab is able to grab multiple people out of their ultimates if they have a startup that can be interrupted. So I haven't seen a single person say anything about gameplay problems. It's just been culture war shit. So, on the culture war angle of things, especially in the angle of people like Moni Mac, and as I call them, the Christo-Fascist Squad, but they're technically just Anglo-Christians. The Anglo-Christian far-right movement of trying to make everything into a part of a culture war angle to attack, to then give yourself relevancy, we're seeing it die out in real time right now. I want to see the blacks, niggas, YNs, young scholars, crack the books open, and turn that page to 374. I want to see the YNs. I want to see the queered white women. I want to see all of the queered women. I want to see the queer, Q-U-E-E-R, without the E-D, women. I want to see the sapphics. I want to see the bisexual men, as well as the mercurial, men-loving men. I want to see any person that is able to appreciate a woman's appearance. I want everyone collectively together to stop a mud hole in the ass of this argument. Do away with it. Ain't nobody caring. We don't care if you think that's propaganda. It's clearly not propaganda, because if you crack the spine of a fucking book, you'd know that that's not a fucking man. But crack open the spine of a novel, crack open any of her recent appearances, look over any of her past works, and just clearly know and see that it's Cope and Seethe. And then laugh at them collectively, all together, and go back to playing video games. There should be a point where even Alyssa Mercante, because of course she's trying to do her thing where she's saying Emma Frost is mother. Anybody and everybody should be able to come up from all sides of the aisle as a rising tide and wash away the dog shit argument opinions. The same way that it's not gonna happen right now for Devil May Cry, but it's slowly coming as more people see more and more of the dog shit about this is not good for the work and it's also damn near goddamn abusive. You also have the same thing forming here, where everyone will say, oh my god, but it's the gay agenda. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about no gay agenda. In fact, I'll sign up for the gay agenda. Whatever gets her titties in my mouth. Period. Titties, ass, thighs. Just want to see them. Everybody should be able to come together for this. There should be no problem.
I think the issue is that a lot of people are just like so fucking like jaded, and it bothers me completely because it's like, motherfucker, I'm just trying to fucking play the game. I don't like hero shooters all that much, admittedly, but like, I would still play it. I'll still play it. I'll still enjoy it. I'll play it with my friends. I'll love it to the very fucking end because I got people to play with.
Mm-hmm. Like, all the ways that it matters. It's probably the best that it's being managed by a Chinese company. Now, of course, ESG, NetEase, and Tencent are getting people to felicitate the DEI in their video games to then adopt them so that their companies go under so they can then build a collaboration together. Gilmana's already signed over and worked with Tencent to create a new platform delivery service that's gonna be able to try and bring these goddamn numbers up from the Ubisoft stock market prices. And as I say that, let me just go ahead and open that up. Ubisoft stock. Please tell me that arrows. Oh yes, that arrows. Oh yes, yes, daddy. Yeah, let's put that on screen for everybody here. So looking at this is the number.
Oh boy.
Looking at this screen here, here is the number of the stock prices for Ubisoft Entertainment at 1/5 or share. Let's go out for 1 month and 6 months and YTD. You see that number? That was in March. You see that number? That's
Holy
today.
fucking shit! What
That was 2 days ago. Anything,
motherfucker! What did you do?
They released Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's what they did. So anything that makes that number lower, and while we're at here, let's just look up NetEase. Believe they might be, no, they're not private. So looking at NetEase's, NetEase is kind of like a fluctuating part, but they're more or less stabilized. At least their shit's not at 227. Theirs is much more stable at 98.86. In terms of like monetary gain, it's probably for the best that NetEase is the one that made it possible, because they're the one that were able to deliver to you the skin in question for all of us to be slavering over, right? There is no other way that we could have even had this conversation without them doing that. So, I would like to say we dodged a potential bullet in general. Even if Nintendo games continue to be overly expensive, at least at the end of the day, you can turn on this video game and appreciate this even if you're only playing inside of the casual queue. You can be able to ignore any of the people who are going to have a dumbass opinion over shit that is not relevant. It is what it is, boys. It is what it is. Let us count our regular collective blessings and just be happy about it. Because it could have been a lot worse. They could have been a lot more annoying, it could have been a lot worse, and shit could have been a lot more irritating for all parties involved. Fortunately, it is not that. Talk about a taint number. Taint. Taint. I couldn't believe the number when I looked at it. I honestly couldn't believe it when I looked at it. So anyways, anything else you wanted to talk about?
Honestly, I just kind of wanted to talk about main topic because I thought main topic was very relevant and very much so a hilarious and very, very funny thing to witness and proceed to witness happen. Because I know that people are just going to be fucking brain rotted as shit, either we're in the porn category or, you know, it's in everything. But it is going to recruit a fuck ton of men to definitely take a closer look into more women that are of the Caucasian persuasion. And it's inevitable.
All I gotta say about that is y'all motherfuckers can't have mine. I picked and collated and I have been training her. Okay? Halloween. If I can get it to happen. Halloween is finna be wild for me. Y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna see me for 3 days straight.
Oh, fucking crazy.
I'm going to Narnia, boys! I'm going through the front door!
What?
You get that reference.
I do. Whatever things are happening. Oh yeah, this month you were planning on Helldiver's Return?
Correct.
You've missed out.
I know.
Oh. I don't think... Have you heard what recently happened?
Other than the second super event?
Have you heard of the Vandal Online?
Probably from the alerts that get pushed into polls and announcements, but no.
Polls and announcements was hold Malevolon Creek by any means necessary. The community, fucking told Joel to back the fuck off. In the most hilarious way possible. Somehow with like an hour left, we beat an hour or so left, we beat a level 40 invasion level that had the two bot variants on the same planet, and we were suspecting it to lose, but we managed to beat it altogether. And it got so bad to the point because Joel really wanted us to lose, and it became to the point where he reduced how much ammo we got from resupplies, and then we got reduced reinforcements, and it got set to 3. To say that we fucking pulled out a win is fucking insane. Is how fucking crazy that was.
I see. Unfortunate miss.
But yeah, it was peak. I was there. I was in the lines. I was sniping people. Oh, sniping bots to be exact. But it's what I do.
Well, considering how we have added another movie night, which will happen on the last month, or the last day of the month, in conclusion with the 15th movie night, we will more than likely kick that off as soon as I complete the entirety of South Midnight, because that is 2 days away from now. 2 days away before it launches officially and I can buy it out of the store. Then I am hostage to the game. I cannot do any other content other than that outside of news until that's done. And when that is done, that is when I jump into Helldivers. So I get to have another 2 days to experience Title Update 1 inside of Wilds on my free time during the day, as well as playing through the update for Path of Exile 2. So that'll kick in by then.
I heard that, I've been seeing a little bit of South of Midnight, admittedly, and it actually looks pretty good.
I am not looking forward to the reinstallation of all the PSX mascot collectible concepts in a Southern Bayou game, because I will be making fun of it. I will be making fun of it. I will try to get Jay to play it with me so that we can make fun of it together. And because we just finished, well, I finished the airdrop for it with a buzzer beater, more than likely for some versus chat shit, just to get community working together, we might just go through the entire story of Merchants of Rosewall, and everybody will do voice acting for it. Just because I think it'll be funny. Because we are at the point where the community is large enough that we can be able to justify doing so. So that'll be fun. More than likely, we'll get into Helldivers before the 15th, but after the 15th, we will definitely be inside of Helldivers during normal business hours, with all the other shit going on as well.
Well, I will be there to provide my support. I have been playing that game religiously, and I have a lot of I can provide a lot of assistance. Let's just say that.
Okay.
So if you ever need backup, call upon me.
Okay.
Aside from that, I think that is all I have to speak. So if anybody else has to speak on anything, I will take off and leave the stage.
Based.
I'll be listening. I'll be watching.
You'll be watching. Always watching and gooning.
Not that last part. We don't do that here. And I never freeze.
I'm out. Anyways. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Scrum was working for a second. That's actually crazy. Well, no, it's not so much crazy. The amount that people are addicted to going to Mavalon Creek, that doesn't surprise me that they're doing that for content. I need a new head. I need a new head. I need to get some new gems. I need a level 7 to get Blood Hunt. going in on Rake. Where am I going next? I'm going someplace. Anyways. That sounds like an ordinary article. It's hilarious how they do this, but that one Black Panther skin is one good breeze away from having his kingly junk out. Well, that's probably the most interesting part on that for me, Struggler. The amount of sexualization, but they clearly want to ignore the sexualization of characters like Spider-Man, characters like Mr. Fantastic, characters like T'Challa's Black Panther, characters like the incoming Danny Rand Iron Fist skin. All of these different angles of sexualization, and it's just people being hypocritical because they want to notice the women being goon material, but the men also being used as goon material. It's just really boring. At the end of the day, it's just extremely fucking boring because they're just it's just lying frequently. And I, for one, can't stand it. Hate it with a passion. Can't stand it. So annoying.
Welcome.
Why won't not let me travel with Keth?
Speak up.
Let me select. It's just really annoying. And I would agree with you. There are many people who definitely need to get out, that really do need to go outside about it. Especially the ones that are doing it from a cultural angle. Granted, it seems like most of the people who are doing it when it comes to the sexualization argument, they're doing it from the hypocritical standard, and some doing it from the standard of what gets the highest reaction. I just don't care for it in general. At all. Couldn't see the button to click on Keth. Cringe. They gotta fix that map. Look more like Brunhilde than Emma. But yeah. Now we wait for somebody else to be willing to come in. In the meanwhile, I need to find the goddamn gems. What time are we at? We're at 5 hours.
Bleed out. Come on. Need more time.
I think we have another. I'll give it like another hour or so. Because unfortunately, just through planning choices, Cora and I are not going to be able to set out to do what we were going to do yesterday today. But fortunately for that, there will be the movie night stuff. Let Carl do not die as you're yapping. There will be the movie night stuff. Oh, so beautiful when it pops. On the back of that, there will be the rest of the stuff to go on. I'm not sure how many people have ever seen a Star Kid musical, but for those of you who are fans, we get to watch the rest of them see stuff that for us has been a fixation, which I guess like 3 of us, and the other 2 are Horror and Grace. Grace looked like I sounded like she was about to elevate out of her skin. So that'll be fun. Let's see here. We're gonna go this way. I want to go to Incision first before I do anything. Then we'll go to Ailments. Give me gems.
Need a moment. Need a moment.
Spears.
Wait.
Bleed? Guess he wouldn't. Your ass was let ablaze more than you cat once your fingers just by fire shotgun bolts. Mmm. Come on. Where is she? Not here, apparently. You. That's not what I wanted.
Through the arc. Nasty little thing. Wait.
This looks like the door to Keth. This is the door to Keth. Ah, fuck. Come on, Kabbalah, where are you? Gotta be up this way.
Wait.
Yep, there she is.
Another monstrosity what needs killing. Need a moment. Right in the gut.
That one's coming.
Need more time. Need more time.
Protect your queen!
The fuck is that?
Need a moment. Need more time.
I am busy. You will wait.
Right in the gut. Hold on.
Protect your queen! Second!
These sands will suffer your poison no longer.
Bot variants. Incineration Core. Hyper Fast Flamethrower Troop. Shield Megs. Shield Megs. MGS. Magazines. Shield Megs have two variants, a shotgun shielder and a normal MG shielder that can both set you on fire. The shotgunner can one-tap you if you are 20 meters or less. And the Hulk variant, which is a walking mortar piece and flamethrower all-in-one. Machine Gunner. Okay. Shielding Machine Gunner. Make it more like Gundam. Grass grenades are coated. Beat them with good repositioning. Okay. Now we can go here. And now we have Blood Hunt.
Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. If the enemy was bleeding, you get an explosion. With this skill equipped, you will be able to see how much blood enemies have lost to bleeding. The more blood loss the enemy has, the bigger and...
Okay. Now with this Lightning Spear, Trigger Volts conversion, 100% chance to shock, we can now drop Lightning Spear, bring over normal Spear Throw, and Blood Hunt. While keeping Storm Lance as a bar burner, and Innervate for our DPS. Dexterity, Incision. 1, 2. Transfer attacks to imply incision. Magnitude straight through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Skipping those. 20% chance for attacks to inflict. This is 40. This is 60. Chance to apply 10 incision at once. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Back reach. 20, 40, 60. 10% chance to apply 10 at once. I think that works fine. Onto the Blood Hunt. Yeah, that works. I see you in movement. What time is it? 30 more minutes.
Buried neath the sand. Soften the wound. That's the real deal. Need a moment.
That's right, that enemy type doesn't have parability. Not really great against multiple projectiles.
Need a moment. Bloody bug! Hold on. Bleed to dry. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Wait. Hold on. A worthy foe.
There you go. Doesn't right now have a lot of sticking power. That's because it doesn't have a lot of exploding power because I need the leap.
Need more time. Need more time. The hunt is on. Need more time. Hit him where it hurts.
What does it look like when I flip the incision? I can't tell.
Need a moment.
Is that stab animation? might be.
Need a moment. Bleed to dry.
Just a clean iron buckler. Certainly that can be an item.
Need a moment. Take this. Hold on. Wait. I'll not make the journey home like that. Wait! Got my fingers crossed. Need more time.
Yeah, that wasn't that bad. This is however a nightmare looking for new items.
Oh, where were you? I've enough in my pack already. Hold on.
My toe broke one of the metal rods. Interesting. For years, that didn't get broken. Now that broke. So waiting on a different one.
Need more time. The hunt is on.
Just take my foot off of it. Take your foot off of it, Carl. Sit correctly.
Wait. Need more time. Pack's full. Bleed out. Hold on. Need a moment. Wait. Stomp back. Wait.
I just dodged an entire encounter in a circle. Certainly no, I must have crossed the checkpoint and missed it. I can't be crazy. More importantly, no combat frenzy yet. I need level 8 for that. Saving for the investment of Rapid Bolt since it does not explode yet and it does bleed, but it doesn't bleed enough for my taste. Perhaps we take lightning strikes. This is visible strike. This is less. Consume, inflict. Let's try it. It kind of helps. This has a socket. This does not have a socket. Plays a lot nicer.
Back off! A front against nature! Hold on. Need a moment.
First two. Then final is lightning swisher.
Wait!
Yep, plays a little bit nicer.
Wait!
Somehow I've dodged an entire encounter. Where the fuck is my jewel encounter? There it is. Finally found it.
Gotta be the strangest pack animal I've ever seen. Here it comes! Hold on! Need more time. Proof of the prowess. To the victor go the spoils.
I think I want shock. I want innovate, but I also think I want shock. His speed isn't. It's not decent. Minutes. Will there be another person who jumps in with a conversation of their own? Let's find out. Likely answer is no. I've always been happy to be proven wrong. Some lightning resistance.
Do not wander.
Stay inside.
72. Not enough. $43, $79. What a crazy one. Oh, fucking hey. Nice life. Nice lightning. Nice melee. Not feeling it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's fucking poggers. I just need a little bit more strength because that one's max roll. Lord of mercy.
If at first you don't succeed.
Let's put the hovel here. Do I have shock? I don't. That's a problem. I got freeze and pin, but not shock. I don't want to put lightning sphere back on. Dexterity. Stun to the shoulder, it's useless. Increase melee if you've done a projectile attack hit in the past 8. I'd prefer it not be shit double roll, but you know what? We'll take it. Insult my intelligence. +12 melee damage. What does incision look like? Welcome back.
Hey,
How can I help you?
Writing question, actually.
Yeah.
So, what do you find as compelling characters? I know that's super broad and vague, but
how can I advise?
Yeah.
I'm going to turn into Kim Belair doing an impression of a writing coach. What interests you?
Writing for a D&D campaign right now. Currently, I'm focusing on everything. I can't get really into the nitty-gritty because it's a lot of 18+ stuff, but
What have you learned?
A new dead
the name of the game is Explorative Campaign Strangers in a Strange World.
Mm-hmm.
Hidden reveal. It's the new world, quote unquote, is basically a very large island where people are relatively speaking, in a sense of turmoil. The island originally of itself is a jail for the literal icon of sin.
Okay.
That's what I have so far. I'm writing more into it. I'm establishing what the cities are, what they are like, who's kind of the de facto leaders, gods, and everything.
Uh-huh.
So, suppose this is where you start asking questions about, okay, well, how are you going about this?
What's the goal?
The goal? To entertain, of course, but the goal of it is to not predominantly, but the goal is just to be an entertaining story.
Okay.
And I had bits and pieces of it, but I kind of want to see how the players go about it. Work, how certain things are, but I have a little bit of a hook for them to kind of deal with it. See, the icon or god of sin corrupts everything it touches. What if a player got corrupted and had a lending of power, let's say? Basically a warlock. They were made in a warlock but didn't have like the actual classification of a warlock because they wanted to play something else. The idea that I had for them is that basically I wanted to see if this player can roleplay their character being corrupted so goddamn much and go down that rabbit hole that they are effectively controlled in a way. It's like, yeah, you'll do practically everything I say, so like, hey, I need you to do this for me. Would you, like, kind of like in a BioShock kind of way.
Okay. So you want to test the acting skills of a person at your table.
Yeah, and they're experienced. I know that.
You want to test the acting skills of an experienced player at your table.
Mm-hmm.
And this is high fantasy.
High fantasy, yes.
And there's no particular thing that's doing it. It's not a named god that's a part of the module that you're playing with.
No, this is completely from my mind alone.
I need to put time on the clock.
Oh, putting time. Oh, okay. That's gonna be interesting.
So, when I designed my ghost character for the campaign I was playing with Aiden, Bill, and the other people inside of Rolling with the Isles, I designed two characters. One was an inherent ghost character, and the other one was one of his many victims of phantasmagorical asphyxiation and then insemination of the soul into the being. That other half was a ballist murderist, but it wasn't a ballist through the design of, yes, murder cult, murder, blood, blood, blood. I instead took inspiration from Kuga, and I made a murderer, a reluctant murderer, who killed as a method of getting food. Every time that Ball would call on him, Ball would use his physiological need to survive as a push to make him do acts of violence. So, when the character was alive, and then they got rebirthed with a character concept that I'm going to use in the future when I decide to have those characters on my own terms in my own campaign. whenever that character, when it was alive, was compelled to do something, it was never just a case of, I touched the very obviously corrupted dagger of blood killing. Now I'm going to lose my mind slowly. Ah! Instead, it was more like the character was doing something, walking down the street, and he felt a hunger pain in the form of hearing his stomach growl. And in the corner of his vision, Ball would just roll up on him and say, "Sure is a nice night for a hit of spicy rangoon, isn't it? You see that wealthy man over there standing in front of the casino?" And every so often, he would ignore it, but his hunger would start to become very unignorable, to the point where every push became a little bit more hard to ignore. Now, on a corruption table, this is extremely easy to roll for and manipulate for, so it's not that big of a deal in terms of what I'm suggesting to you. But whether you use a corruption table, or you use a unique form of corruption table that you can find for Pathfinder, the character's concept fleshed out, because eventually this is a character in the past catching up to the rest of the party in the present. Everybody else doesn't realize, or on their first meeting didn't know, that there were two souls inside the character. And then over time, while the other person had not yet used their personality, which was a ghost who basically ran a sporting goods inn and was a helpful spirit to his town, an adult Casper the Friendly Ghost, always was a ghost. This other personality was effectively one half of a two-party whole. First character effectively was a spellcaster, and would enhance the other's ability to sneak up to a person, or in many cases using the ghostly abilities into a person, and then kill them from inside. Now this would be when he was undead, so as an undead personality of a massive horde of ghosts, these two personalities were responsible for using the skills of all the other murdered victims and people that belonged to the city and town state to which this homely, friendly neighborhood specter belonged to utilize the skill of everyone there. So, a butcher understanding the use of the weapons in front of him, a guildsmaster utilizing which tools can inflict the most severe precision damage possible, a chef with not only intimate knowledge of how to cook and clean carcasses, but also how to remove the parts of them that can cause the most problem, getting around poison sacks, how to disguise the taste of human meat as pig. Eventually, to the point where my characters were given the weapon by Bill that would have given them the ability to be reborn, where one chose to be human and the other one chose to ascend to the Nephilim. That human character would have split off to be a ranger, but they would have still occasionally been haunted by their past by Baal. They have no control over them, they can't create a blood frenzy in them, and they're not a Baal spawn, so they can't use the Slayer form. But being haunted by their past life, and occasionally just having Baal whisper in their ear what he's willing to give them if they just do him a favor. One of the early concepts I had in writing him was I was going to make Baal into a pimp named Slickback. And every single time this starting out thief and eventually multi-class thief ranger was to be in a civilization, out of the corner of his ear, "You know, that would look like a really good pair of shoes for you to wear for me. Let me do your flavor, pimpin'. You murder him, I'm gonna get you steak tonight." How'd that sound?
That's not bad fun. If willing. The thing I have for the hook, at least, is what if See, the idea is that it's a jail, right? And the jailers are other gods. The other gods have their leviathans, as I call them. Basically means to an end of keeping them there. There is, and how the characters are all stuck on the island, they become stuck on the island, is that there is a massive kraken that is just swarming that thing. It is just patrolling it and constantly doing it. So whenever somebody tried to leave or tried to enter it, it would just annihilate whatever it could. They were just the lucky ones that survived. Albeit there are other ones, but they are far worse off than they were.
Sounds like Subnautica with extra deadly steps.
Yes. But that was one of the gods' things that they did. The idea that I had was, what if there was an encounter that just they were losing, and in the back of the mind of the player, there's somebody that said, I can help you. I can save everybody right here, right now. Living, you care about, as they're dying on the floor. I can save you, I can save them, and I can make sure that you are all safe and you can get off the island. All I need you to do is shake my hand.
So you have a couple of options you can go in the direction of if you want to be able to go off of something that you already have seen in media. You can go Bill Cipher, or you can go The Princess and the Frog and use Dr. Facilier. Preferably, if you're going to use a god, you're going to want to use a type of god of deception. Good options include Shar. Other options include minor demi-fiends and or royal demons with some level of
devils.
Yeah, with some involvement of Cambion ancestry, just to spice it up. There are lots and lots and lots of different types you could use there. I think of the one that probably be best for you, assuming that you're also doing a significant amount of acting, because half of this is from you, the other half is from the player's performance. I would suggest coming up with a character hook that keeps them interesting to you, because this is a group effort. So, if you want to go with a Dr. Facilier approach, instead of it being you having it be a god, make it a witch doctor in service of a god on the island in lore of the universe. And they're just the one who writes the deal down for the god. And all of the other parts of it to be negotiated are left up to interpretation for the god once the deal has been struck. And then over time, slowly start adding more cantankerous parts of the deal. Until it becomes...
Cantankerous how so?
Well, just like any Faustian bargain. Especially a deal where somebody does not read the terms of the contract. Slowly over time, start adding more and more bullshit, bullshit parts. So, if the deal is, I'm gonna get you off the island, you can use the Shadow Labyrinth approach, which is, I'm gonna get you off the island, but I'm gonna use your body as a blow skin suit. Another one could be, I can get you off the island, but later in the future, I'm gonna require something of you, and I'm not gonna allow you to decide what that thing is I decide, at my time of my choosing, you can take the Fey angle and make it something like, I want to make use of your firstborn child. I want to make use of your family bloodline. And thus, part of the deal is that they accepted that they were going to be cursed. And that every single person that in your bloodline ever mates with another person inherits the curse. Make it that it's a specific deal that only befits this person. And the more people that you cut into the deal, you have to basically fight for final rights with everyone else involved. So, this demon slash witch doctor figure slash godly figure has made this deal multiple times, and you have to fight everybody else that they've made deals with in order to keep the bargain going for yourself, because if somebody else repeats the bargain before you, they get their services in favor and prize. And they don't want that. So instead, they put a lot more investment into their interest and time, keeping up with details such as when they look into the deal that you make with them originally, that there's another clause that needs to be added. Kind of like the Santa Claus. Every single film in that franchise, and now it's a fucking universe, has an additional clause being added to it that makes it clear that the more it goes on, the more there was left unannounced that doesn't truly address the final problem. So, Santa Claus, the first one was that he becomes Santa. The second one, he needs to become married so that he can be happy and have children. The third one, that if he doesn't fulfill his rights, somebody else can be able to take the role away from him. The Santa Clauses, there's multiple different clauses, and every clause was chosen for their particular time frame of service. Let's say it's a normal possessor curse. The possessor curse is that whoever makes the deal with the creature that's giving them the deal is going to slowly become more cosmically in tune with that person. But the more they become cosmically in tune with that individual, the more insane they become. So there's an indie game that was just released that's called Look Outside that features Eldritch Abomination type writing in it. And part of the hook of the game is that you cannot look outside because the Eldritch Abomination, slight spoilers, chat, the Eldritch Abomination that is outside your window, when it gazes upon the person, it transforms the person in a way that reflects the innermost view of this eldritch creature. The creature itself is not harmful, but the nature of knowing it is too vast for your mind to accept. What you think is an eye is not an eye, it's a finger stalk. What you thought was a finger stalk is not a finger stalk, it's just an appendage and tentacle. And the further out that you begin to look at this creature, the more you go insane, because your mind literally cannot handle the form that it's even using to communicate with you. It slowly drives you that much more mad. And as this keeps going on, you gain power and benefit for doing so, but it comes at a cost of things like your sanity. So, let's use Bale as an example. Bale makes a deal with you. You do what I want, I'm gonna get you off this island. You ask him if there's a hook. He says there's no hook. You go through with the deal, and what you come to realize is there is a hook. But the problem is that the hook is just the beginning. So, he wants to get you off the island. The problem with getting you off the island is that he has to use your body to do it. He's only going to pilot just for a little bit. He just needs to use the proper incantations and rites and runes and ritual to try to make you a worthy and subtle host for the possession. And then He'll just ride on you like a blower skin suit. But the more you begin to understand his mind, the more you and him can understand that the only way you get off the island is that only you can get off the island. Everyone else will be stuck here because they're a part of the ritual, but they don't know that yet. And over time, you start trying to make them worthy of the ritual. You have to give them certain details, you have to give them certain pieces and parts.
Take this.
A little ritual here, seasoning there.
Need more time.
Just setting them up like pigs for the slaughter. Until eventually, when the time comes to do the ritual, you can indeed get off the island. But you're not the same person you were when you started. And unfortunately, part of that ritual is that you were going to be part of the ritual too. It's just that the part that was necessary is that it needed a willing contributor. And now you've given him a vessel which he can fully become a part of. And oh, you're in the sunken place. And now you get to watch Bale use your body while you can sometimes control yourself on the inside, but only just. Or, let's go with the friends on the other side angle. You make a deal with creatures and spirits on the other side. They want to give you the ability to escape. Damn, already with up 15 minutes. They want to give you the ability to potentially free them as a part of the deal. They tell you that this is part of the deal, but in order for that to happen, you have to make a series of unfortunate trade-offs and debts and choices with other people to enable this to happen. So, in order for you to know where would be the easiest place to escape the creature, you've got to trick a mother of three into trading away her least favorite child. No take-backs, no tricks. It has to be a choice. There is no other way around it. They have to pick a child. And that child has to die. Or to get a particular knowledge and material, you have to trade away the knowledge of your friends in increasingly scarce order. So let's say one example is that you have to trade away the knowledge of your party leader's information about a particular piece of lore-based and campaign-based knowledge. The location of a big bad, or the knowledge of a secret that all of you had. And the only person who's able to remember is you. They literally can never remember this information, and they can never relearn this information again. Think more like Truth, a Full Metal Alchemist. You have to trade something away in order to gain it. And in order for you to make this deal, you have to trade away something that you can never get back. No matter how you go about the writing, the goal that you need is you need steps that go from one sense of evolution to another. Development for whatever the curse, contact, and contracting is. If you want to use a literal written Faustian contract bargain, the enforcement of this contract bargain has to be ironclad, because rules lawyering will happen. It will happen. In fact, you should actually encourage rules lawyering, because maybe, let's use Path of Exile for inspiration, maybe the entity in question is Chaos. And Chaos loves when people are smart. It loves when people are smart. Because why wouldn't it? If a person can use their talents and skills to become able to establish and understand what they are, what they can do, and how they're going to make it work for themselves, why would Chaos not smile upon a person who takes fortune into their hands? And with Bona Fortuna, makes their own luck. Maybe because you saw a way to get through what should have been an ironclad, straightforward answer to solve the solution, they came up with a chaotic solution, simply to spurn the Chaos God. But actually, they were given a reward for being smart. And because they were smart and they were clever, they got an extra benefit, an extra boon. that only them and their party gets to use. But the truth to that, Boone, is that really, even though anybody can pray to chaos, your chaos is favored. Because you're smart. You're very smart.
Need a moment.
And then you basically make you make a chaos god out of DJ Khaled. So every time you're in an encounter and you come up with a smart answer and solution that beguiles other people, another one. Another one. Another one. You smart. That's why you getting off this island. Another one. You so clever. You tricked that woman out of her children and her life savings, and all you had to do was just get a name out of her. Another one. And the more blessings you get from this being, from what you're willing to do to other people, the more you slip into chaos, because it's not that the chaos god is making you do it. He just said, look, I just show you the risk. You took the risk. I had nothing to do with it. That was all you. There are lots of ways.
I mean, that's kind of like the way I kind of want to do it. It's like, I never did this. I just showed you. I just had you do that. You wanted to do this. Remember this. I just simply gave you an out that one time. But you, from here on, I just merely gave suggestions. And then you took part. You partook. All I asked was a little ties here and there. But you, my dearest favorite, you made all those happen. Kind of like that.
Yes. The thing about that particular angle, the problem with this particular way of doing the writing is that whatever it is that you think of doing, a lot, and I mean a lot, of your decision making, from the viewpoint of the people who are not a part of it, is going to seem like assholes. You will have to plan out how you want this to go. But the idea is, you are not tricking anyone into doing anything. You are simply giving them a small push. Saying, do what I want or I'm killing your whole party is not a small push.
No. Doing like it's not going to be a small push per se, because like how I imagine how it will go is that they're going to explore the island. Each and every person has their own reason as to why they're there. They're going to explore because it may be beneficial for them. They were like seeking out certain things from it. But now that they're cast off, they're basically without a way back, and the way back, you know, is meant to be important for them. It means that they have to effectively, like, they have no safety net, so they have to make choices. There is no safety net. There is no nothing. Whatever happens, it will happen, good or bad. And I want to make sure that the choices that do happen, oh, they'll be good. But I think I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to kind of gauge it.
Gauge it how?
I want to see how they all play first, because there is a new player in there. I think there are 2 new players in there, so we have to kind of go with that. But there are some experienced players in there. So, what I'm imagining is probably going to happen is that they're going to kind of go through a lot of this. There is going to be a lot of... There's going to be a lot of back and forth about, like, explaining everything, because on session 0, when I basically did it, one of the new players wasn't even there, because he was busy with something else, elsewhere, but he wanted to play. The other new player was downright confused, and she genuinely is trying to understand it, but I don't believe that a lot of the things that she is a lot of the things about D&D are convincing her because there's a lot of classifications, specifications that come with it. And she kind of gets she has like micro anxiety attacks, as I am calling it.
Need a moment.
So she gets very confused and very anxious very quickly. So need to be careful about that.
And the experienced player that you intend on doing this with, they're one of the veterans that's in the group.
Yes.
Okay. So, assuming that you're not trying to set up the opportunity for a total party kill, the variant I'm going to suggest that you do, it's just a suggestion, the suggestion that I'm going to posit to you that you do is going to be the potential of something that can work with new players. Now, when it comes to Faustian bargain deals with new players, I like to do my curses in groups. Everybody gets to be a part of the curse, in so much that they're willing to give a trade-off of what they're willing to get. So, let's say they find a genie. This genie is a special genie, in which he does group wishes. And he can actually do infinite wishes. But every time he makes a wish, for you, the people who are a part of the wish have all of the responsibility with the consequences of their actions. So, it's not so much a monkey's paw through malicious compliance. It's chaos magic. He cannot control the ineffability of the universe. So when he chooses to make a wish for you, and say you want to make it so that when you eat an apple, you feel full for the day, something else immutable about the universe has to be changed along with the wish. So, you wish for a green apple, and you also wish that green apples will give you fullness as though you ate a 4-course meal. If you eat your favorite candy, you will profusely shit and piss blood. And everybody else responsible with your wish gets to dictate to what degree the negative is. So, if a character and their favorite snack is not candy, but sweets, their favorite food is now an allergy. So a fisherman asks to finally get his best catch of his life. He is now deathly allergic to fish. A person in the party says, but actually, instead of him becoming allergic to fish, he's just allergic to a specific kind of fish. And it just so happens to be that this fish that you encounter is now every fish in the region. Because you wanted to capture the biggest fish of your life, and it was this particular kind of fish, there is now an invasive influx of this critter in the area to the point that it's extincting all other fish as it takes over all of their spawning points, all their breeding points. It's like sending eucalyptus or Cusco to America. In a dire strait, the genie chooses to grant your wish that you create a weakness for the big bad of the campaign. But unfortunately, in making a consequence for the big bad, you also have to accept that the big bad will now have a strength against you. So, upon making your first wish to create a weakness for the big bad, Big Bag now has the ability to indefinitely scry your party. And every time you try to make a new weakness, they gain a new strength. So on top of scrying your party, even though they are unaware of why they can scry these people, they can see that every single time that they happen to make a wish, there's this ineffable creature that appears from an object in their possession. And let's say this person's a farmer. This farmer knows that there's a group of people out there that have the ability to conjure a wish-making creature that is giving them full control of reality. And they're wasting it on things like candied apples that give them no rotted teeth, give them nice denture treatments, the ability to walk into any merchant emporium and buy a stock for 1 gold. People need to hear about this. And it just so happens that because you made a wish, where every time you go into an inn, people always hear about your exploits and give you free discounts and discounted goods and wares, even willing to forge objects for you, he goes to the church. The church is now aware of your position. They're triangulating checkpoints to search for you in regions. By the time you get to his citadel and castle, that's not a citadel. That is a base of operations for a task force to stop a group of adventurers that have decided that anything they want to have happen in the world is at their fingertips because of them and their magical friend, the genie. And this djinn, imagine what they could do in their hands. So it's not that they hate you, it's that you just aren't doing it right. I think if you go for an angle that's something less powerful than a deck of many things, but as powerful as a deck of many things, and it's based on a take and a give, you can be able to create an option that works. Because instead of just simply having them this powerful out of the gate, let's say the djinn needs to slowly recuperate their lost magical ability. And the way that they regain that ability is like skill training. They have to make wishes in order to get stronger. Maybe all of the wishes in the beginning, for the first 3 wishes in a campaign session, you can make them scripted, you can make them non-scripted. Give them nothing but positive benefits. Of course, they're not going to get they're not going to get a first accessible level spell cast of wish. You're not going to give them the ability to just wish the campaign was over and solved. But you can give them the ability to wish for riches, wish for objects, wish for hints about where to go next. Nothing for experience. Nothing for obscene wealth that's more than they can carry. Of course, you could be able to get around that by circumventing it with a bag of holding that holds all of the wealth of the party. But of course, you could play temporally with the concept of extra-dimensional space. Because when you fold extra-dimensional space on top of extra-dimensional space, you actually destroy an object with that. Equal to if you were to make a black hole and pop it like a balloon. So, this magical genie can be able to create a bag of holding that can contain all of the known wealth of the party, excluding non-magical items, but he cannot hold it for them inside of his lamp because his lamp is an extra-dimensional space. Maybe even in travel, if they are to be wise, the party could even hide inside of the extra-dimensional space of the lamp, so that it works kind of like the lamp of Baldur's Gate 3. When you touch the lamp and you rub it, the person inside the lamp is freed, and the person who touched the lamp is imprisoned inside. Maybe a person in the party who has access to a summonable familiar is able to use it in such a way where they can instinctually trade out for the genie at will. And just before they realize that there's a consequence, maybe the problem is that when the genie is freed in this way, they lose all of their magical potential. And now the person entrapped inside the lamp becomes the magical object. And back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. And that the problem is that the reason why they were sealed away in the lamp is because eventually they will gain the ability to free themselves of this magical bond. And now the world's their oyster. Of course, these are all suggestions. I think it'd probably be smarter if you go with the first interpretation of the genie idea and you instead make it that everybody has to take responsibility for their wishes and how they affect people. And the thing here is that even if they try to suggest ways that the wish works, you still ultimately control the consequence. So they can only be able to wish for certain things. And they can tailor the wish in a certain way. So this way, this type of mechanic works more like the wishing mechanic of Gimme, of Miraculous Ladybug. If you wish that every apple in the world gives you the ability to stave off death, there is a specific combination of sugar, caramel, toffee, candy, and chocolate that if you consume it, it permanently kills your immortal soul. It's so good, you literally die. All of these ways and more are different ways to create different hooks to get somebody involved with how they want to go about writing. And I think that's more than you need. I think as a suggestion, you should probably even get the experienced player and the new player if you want to. You could lock it to just 2 people, and I would highly suggest making it that new player and that veteran player. So that they can get
fair, they are a couple.
Okay.
They are a couple, so
okay,
that would be...
Okay, perfect. So, you make it that they're both responsible for the magical object and the creature that is associated with it. But you don't tell them that one of them is responsible for the good wishes and then another one of them is responsible for the consequences of those wishes. You don't tell them this. You just give them a magic genie. And you tell them have fun. And let the chaos ensue.
I just came up with kind of a better idea in my mind, actually.
Cool. Glad I can help.
I'm assuming we have to stop for now. There are other people.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, what time is it? It's 2 o'clock. We are now where? 6:37. I'm going to make you the last one in, Lemon Duck. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to Yap-In with Carl. How can I help you?
I just came in to check what's going on over here, but like, if you wanted me to yap, then like, okay.
I have to do the spiel. Welcome to Yap-In with Carl, where you get to have 15 minutes with Carl, and if your idea is really good or the conversation is really exciting, we get to yap for an hour. Did you have something in mind you wanted to talk about?
Remember that conversation we had like a few nights ago, where it's like we were talking about like lores? I just want to know which lore is particularly better among the three like indie games: Bendy's, Freddy's, or like Poppy's.
You're talking mascot horror?
Yes.
Which one is better? Which one is better? Which one is better? It's really hard to compare one to another because each one with mascot horror is different. One Night at Flumpty's is a joke in and of itself of the sit and survive style of FNAF, and that sit and survive style across the entire franchise, both post Afton and pre-Afton eras, kind of is just hit and miss. I think in creating the Fazbear Frights series of novels and all the different stories, he gave himself a lot more opportunities to create a Goosebumps style narrative. So one of the more recent games that he created was Into the Pit. And a part of that lore, that night where I explained it to you all, about how agony works, that game uses one of the Fazbear Frights novels as a stepping stone to talk about what it looks like when you use agony to recreate the events of something happening. So in that story, the effigy and the apparition that is considered Pit Trap is not actually William Afton. It's the agony of the event of the murdered children's incident, of all the original people who were killed, to create all of the spirits haunting the original animatronics in the first generation. It's a recreation caused by that entity from a time-traveling ball pit that takes them to a universe based in the agony of that event. Comparing that against something like Bendy and the Ink Machine, and that's the universe's lore, having a cyclical game series where the creator of a cartoon is trapped in an animated inked world because of a magical ink machine that brings their cartoons to life, and all the lore therein, where characters are living ink and are able to revive from this well of ink as the original game goes, and then the side game, which I can't even fucking remember what happened in that one.
Boris game?
It was a follow-up to Bendy and the Ink Machine. I forget what it was. I have to look it up.
Hold on, let me just figure. It had to do something with Boris, right? Or was it Showdown Bandit?
For the game that I'm thinking of, is the sequel to Bendy and the Ink Machine.
Wait, the Dark Revival?
Yes, the Dark Revival. So I believe this one was treated as, what was it, a prequel?
No, it was like a continuation, like you said.
Okay. Yeah, Audrey Drew.
Because like, if it was like a... Because if it was like a prequel, then like... He would show like... I'm guessing like the protagonist, or like the protagonist would be someone different. Maybe Joey Drew, maybe not.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they call it the cycle. When the lore of something like Bendy and the Dark Revival and Bendy and the Ink Machine does not necessarily compare to something like Poppy Playtime, because Poppy Playtime, as well as the Steel Wool era of FNAF, is benefiting from all of the lore and all of the innovations that have been done from the mascot horror of yesteryear, both fan games and non-fan games. So it's kind of hard for me to like put a stamp of best on something, because what I would think is the best comparatively, objectively, could not be true. But it comes down to whatever you think is best in your opinion. So let me just look up something with mascot horror. Mascot horror franchises. You've got FNAF, you've got Poppy Playtime, you've got Garten of Banban, you've got Help Wanted, you've got Choo Choo Charles, you've got Amanda the Adventurer, you've got Baldi's Basics and Education, My Friendly Neighborhood, Duck Season, 123 Slaughter Me Street, Hello Neighbor, Tattletale, Slender the 8 Pages, Andy's Apple Farm, Shipwreck 64, and other things like it. The kind of lore that can go into something like Andy's Apple Farm doesn't compare to series of mascot horror like that of the ones made by Baddington, like Horror and Harmony and things like that. Amanda the Adventurer is one that I think is a bit innovative in the sense that it is a escape room puzzle game with extra steps. But in terms of best, I can't give you an objective best, but in terms of ones that I think have been most effective, considering a number of mascot horror games in this list, when I looked up franchises, is mostly FNAF. Each type of original one starts off from the same place. So for Garden of Banban, that one feels like it's a shitpost, mostly. It's an adventure game with puzzle elements that happens to use enemies as a instance to get you to die to properly explore and complete the cycle. Slender in the 8 Pages and the other Slender type games using the concept of Slenderman and other types of entities to build out a world of lore around dark things and unknowable cosmic horrors or interesting matrices of technology.
Wait, would Slenderman and like creepypastas could be considered like mascot horror?
Yes. So
you're saying that like NES Godzilla and Sonic the EXE ones?
If you could, yes. So with something like say Slenderman, if you were to dip into the era of fanworks, you could then use Tribe 12, and you could also use what was it called? Marble Hornets, and you could use Everyman Hybrid as jumping off points to create better ideas and better quintessential things. And each of these fan projects, especially good ones, not just like shitty copypastas, but actual fleshed out, thoughtful mascot horror insertions. You can create some of the best ones that have the most cathartic conclusion to them. So if you wanted something where it's clear that in this universe you can't win against Slenderman, it's just reducing the amount of harm he does to everyone else, the ending that they give you for the original Slenderman game, what was it called? Not 8 Pages, but the one that came after it. What was that one called?
The Arrival?
Yes, Slenderman The Arrival. The way that game ends, where you go to the end of a hallway, and it's clear that the person burnt their body to try to limit Slenderman's influence on people. And then you get got by Slenderman. Or the fact that the entire story is about how you're going to get killed by Slenderman, and if you do something like use the out-of-bounds glitch to try and remain safe, the glitch detection goes off and it drops you through the world map and turns off collision because you will not be safe from Slenderman. There's no getting around him. He's eternal. He's effable. Things like that can be good and effective. For FNAF as a whole, I think FNAF has had way too much time to develop where you could say one era over another is good. I think in terms of FNAF 1 through 6, that is a really good, clean wraparound of a franchise. Tries to give you as many mechanics as you can use possible to get across what you need to do. And in and of itself, Ultimate Custom Night has a full breakdown of so much lore inside of it that figuring out what's going on there is in and of itself a chore. But once you figure it out and you finally achieve getting full 20 mode, you have truly done everything possible to show that yes, you are indeed a master gamer, and all of the lore that comes up as a reward for doing that is in and of itself good as well. Same thing with Help Wanted. Help Wanted is the exact same way, where it features all of the virtual reality interactions as escape rooms. Granted, not all of them are escape rooms. Most of them are just on-rails sections that give you a task and an objective and a goal. And if you do that task, objective, and goal correctly, you benefit in one way or another. However you go about it, the way that you end up going about it leads to different results and different endings. So the original ending, where you learn that Glitch Trap is trying to break out of the game, and you end up experiencing what happened to those kids inside of the murder event. That's one thing. Learning about what happened to the girl who possibly got possessed by Glitch Trap, and then you end up getting possessed by him directly, or if you complete the minigame correctly, you end up staving him off, but you get put into a corner of your mind where he's now infected you, and now you can be able to do his whim. All the shit that went into learning about Princess Quest 1, Princess Quest 2, and Princess Quest 3, conquering the arcade cabinet to be able to free Vanny from their control and eliminate the influence of the Riptrap virus, and shit like that. That can also be considered like a quintessential good, full completion and understanding. But to do that, you'd have to go through Ruin, and using Ruin gets a little bit wishy-washy on behalf of Steel Wool.
And the Mimic.
And the Mimic! And all the things. The Mimic! And all the shit you can learn about from the fucking Mimic. that's a goddamn atrocity and a half. I feel like in the sense of those type of escape room solutions where you're trying to find as much lore as possible, Amanda the Adventurer is really good in that capacity. The same way that Poppy Playtime is. There's a lot of things that can only be truly picked up through multiple play sessions, and you would never figure them out unless you know where to look or you know what to do. Andy's Apple Farm, ironically enough, is really good in that capacity. Let me just go down the list if I can find them on mascot board here. 123 Slaughter Street, All Alone with Manny, Andy's Apple Farm, Baldi's Basic and Learning, the Banana Splits movie,
Baldi's Basic is really good.
Bonnie's Bakery, Broken Strings, Case Animatronics, Dandy's World, Don't Fret, Dark Deception is actually another one. Dark Deception is actually really good about this concept. It's really, really, really good at that concept. Because your entire character themselves, through the chapters, you learn has a backstory for why they're doing what they're doing with Beatrice. It's effectively Pac-Man with powers and lore. So that's.
Now I'm just thinking about an analog horror, which is just like basically just like a first-person shooter.
Lots of analog horror end up being that because it's creating an alternate universe that does not work like yours. Various of them choose to go the route of rite and ritual. Some have a little bit of mythos in them, such as the Monuments mythos. There are some others that are very crazy with how they choose to go about it.
Midwest Angelica!
Let's see here. Hello Puppets, Indigo Park, Quinto Pet, Mr. Hop's Playhouse, Rainbow Friends, Piggy. My Friendly Neighborhood is another one. You take a Sesame Street show at concept and then trying to figure out how to subvert the trope as you're going across it.
There's no threat.
Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. That's probably one of the biggest ones.
I'm looking up mascot horrors, and for some reason they're putting Pizza Tower right on next to it, and Pico School. And Sonic Adventure?
I don't know about that one. But it's really hard to say that there's a best franchise and a best interpretation. Just effective ones and how you think they should work for you. So if there are some that are really good for you that you want to look into, Lemon Duck, I would suggest that you watch those, read those. Remember them, write them down, remember the parts of them that you like the most, and then compare them against the other ones. And then you'll pretty much arrive at your answer. I know that's kind of a non-answer. If I had to choose one that I think is good, the series of FNAF games, where they were very much an on-rail story, such as Sister Location. That's really effective and good because instead of you having to learn how to do these out-of-context mini-games, the story is very straightforward on the path that you need to take. Kind of like a virtual novel. But in the sense of that VN, you are able to learn the lore through playing the game correctly, and then as you experiment at the edges with what they didn't want you to do, you're able to figure out how best to take advantage of that at your own leisure. And that's a good barometer to work from there. Do the same thing with analog horror, and you'll basically come across a good example. You'll come across ones that you like, but you're not exactly favorite of, and then you'll come across ones that you're really a fan of, and the way that they choose to do it. And then just like how Marcus was asking me about ways to write a curse that he can use in his D&D/Pathfinder campaign, you will be able to, instead of thinking, what's the best way that I can do it, like, what's the best nail that I can use with this hammer, you'll instead think of, maybe I want to use a screwdriver. Throw him a curveball. I don't know. It's creative writing 101, more or less. Alright, 15 minutes are up. And I think I'll cut the stream there because we're about to lapse in 7 hours. Not a bad conversation, Lemon Duck. I appreciate you coming through and checking things out.
Wait, is this streaming?
Yes, I am live right now.
Everyone.
You didn't know I do these live.
Well, not all the time.
No, I always do Yap-Ins on Sunday. These are the things that end up running against Dev when he does his weekly sip. I apologize if you weren't prepared to be on camera, but
yeah, it's okay.
Okay. But yeah, good conversation.
Yeah.
Hope you come back in the future. But at this time, I'm gonna go make dinner for myself and continue gaming. But I hope to see you later on tonight when we have our second movie night tonight. I instituted a new movie night that will be permanent to the end of every month on the last day of the month. This month, we did not have the second one that was for March, so I'm going to do that as a makeup day today, later on, around about probably 6 p.m. They voted on a film. What film did they vote on? They voted on The Princess Bride, and as Carl's choice for the movie night, I'm going to have us watch some Star Kid musicals. We'll probably do The Princess Bride first, and then we'll do the Star Kid musicals afterwards. Don't know if you've ever seen any of them. But that's going to happen at 6 p.m. EST tonight. Maybe you stop by.
I'll see how I can join.
Yeah. Maybe you stop by, you bring other people from DevCord. It'll be fun. Anywho, I will end the stream now. Thank you everybody who watched and listened. Do not be afraid to call in yourself. And this is Yap-In with Carl. I'm Carl. Support your Carl anywhere you can find Carl and Carl-based accessories. Both on YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and Twitter.com. For the Twitter listeners, do not ever be afraid to start sending in some questions. I'm going to start doing write-in questions for people who are afraid to be on camera. You can be able to do that by responding to the tweet thread that posts out the link to the server app to join into the Versus Chat lobby here inside of the stage. And I can start responding through those by giving it a 15-minute walkthrough. And same rules apply. If the conversation is really good, or I'm very, very interested in the topic at question, we can extend it out to an hour and see where it goes. Anywho, ending the stream. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you later. Don't miss movie night later. Oh, my knees. My little Chinese knees.